is a motion to approve the programme for government. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly approves the Programme for Government 2024 to 2027 as agreed by the Executive.
I call the First Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 4 hours for this debate. The First and Deputy First Minister will have up to 40 minutes to divide at their discretion between moving and winding the motion. The Leader of the Opposition will have 10 minutes. All other speakers will have 7 minutes. I call the First Minister to open the debate on the motion.
And can I also take this opportunity to welcome Verona Murphy, Can Corlia of Dáil Éireann, to the Assembly today on such a significant day, because today is a significant milestone for the Executive as we bring forward the finalised programme for government. On taking up office, we promised to create hope and opportunity. We pledged to work for everyone and reassured people that we would be on their side. We said we would work together and show that power sharing could succeed, and that under our leadership this would be an executive of partnership and an executive of progress. The 3rd of February marked 1 year since devolution was restored, and I took up my position as First Minister. Similarly, I commented on that day the challenges so many families face throughout the North are the same, no matter where they come from, what they believe. But it's those shared problems that we have to focus on. It's those shared problems that are blighting too many lives, and that we can work constructively, urgently together to improve. I also said that as an executive we won't always agree on everything, but there are many things that we will agree on, and those are the things that we should focus on. We agreed that families need support to deal with the cost of childcare. We agreed that our teachers need support and our public sector workers need properly paid. We all agree that drugs destroy communities and the police need resources to put the dealers out of business. We all can agree that it is that economic prosperity that is the game changer for every community. These are all major issues facing our society and that we are committed to tackling head on, and that is why they are now reflected in the programme for government as our priorities, a programme that sets out what matters most today. I believe the programme for government shows what we need to prioritise in order to make this a better place to live, work and invest. But we know that to do this we must invest in and improve our public services. Mr Speaker, every member of this chamber is aware of the challenging financial context in which we are operating. Budgets are exceptionally tight, and that is why reform and transformation is central to this programme for government. And I am pleased to say that good progress has been made to lay the foundations for that transformation. We have established a new delivery unit within the Executive Office to provide support to the Executive in reforming and transforming our struggling public services. This work is underpinned by a £235 million transformation fund, which will make much-needed investments to deliver better, more accessible and efficient public services. The programme for government does not just belong to the Executive. It belongs to each and every one of us here. We want this plan to deliver for everyone, which is why the consultation period was so important. A total of 1,400 responses were received. This is a greater response than in any previous for government consultation. We're grateful for every individual that took the time and every organisation that took the time to respond. Your feedback has helped to strengthen the programme for government because we have listened to what you had to say. As a result, we have introduced targets and annual objectives, which will be updated each year aligned to our budget. We have stepped up our commitments to all communities and are doing more for older people and rural communities. As well as our 9 priorities, we recognised the need to build new foundations and improve our infrastructure to facilitate delivery. By investing in water and wastewater, roads and transport, we will encourage businesses to invest, enable house building and support greater energy efficiency and affordability. These investments will also improve our sporting infrastructure, help to create a healthier society and attract world-class events. All of us in the Executive agree that our obligations do not end with this mandate. To realise our vision of a brighter future, it's vital that we lay the foundations needed for longer-term improvements. Shaping a better tomorrow is an important part of the programme. Within this, we had set 3 long-term missions: people, planet and prosperity. These missions are underpinned by an overarching and cross-cutting commitment to peace. These missions provide us with a drive and ambition for the future and a lens through which to prioritise and to ensure that we deliver improved well-being long-term sustainability and a thriving economy. We believe that this programme for government reflects the shared ambitions of the Executive, and I commend all Executive Ministers for the commitment and collaborative approach they have taken to the development of the agreement of this programme. The public are relying on each of us to act in their interests, and I do hope that this programme for government shows the public that we are willing to work together to do right by them. And as we now continue the vital work of delivery, we want to be open about how we're doing. And that is why we have developed a wellbeing framework which looks at progress under our missions of people, planet, prosperity and that cross-cutting commitment to peace. We're committed to improving wellbeing or quality of life for everyone across our society. By keeping track of this information, we can always understand where we're at, monitor our progress and address the things that matter most. We will update our actions on an annual basis. We will keep everyone informed about the budget position, and we will also publish annual reports. We will be open and transparent about the progress we are making, and we will also take every possible step to ensure this programme is delivering what we set out to do. So we bring this programme for government to the House today as another step forward in our efforts to improve people's lives. It is about making a positive difference and making things better for people. We will not be found wanting when it comes to doing everything we possibly can to deliver for people today, but also into the future. Because ultimately, for all of us elected here in this chamber, politics is about people. It's about working together to make that real and positive difference in people's lives, in families' lives, in workers' lives, in communities' lives. It's about ensuring that no one gets left behind. I will always do everything that I can to support you all in that endeavour. We face tough challenges ahead, no doubt, but we know that. But together we can make a real difference in improving people's lives. Together we can build a future for all who call here home. No matter what your background is or where you come from, this Executive will have people's backs, and we will do everything we can to keep leading. And certainly I'm committed to delivering positive and leading positive change. So now we need to work together as elected representatives, as members of this Assembly, and across our whole society to get on with the job of delivery. We welcome all contributions from members here today, and we look forward to working in a collaborative fashion with you all in going forward.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I also associate myself with the welcome to the Concordia Verona Murphy. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, more than 1,000 days since the election, nearly 400 days after the Executive was formed, we have the first programme for government since 2011. I was in my 20s then, I'm in my 40s now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to give you a sense of how long we've been waiting. For too long, our politics has been defined by either absence or improvisation. When the institutions weren't collapsed, they were cobbled together, then held together by the coincidence of passing party political interest, rather than the common good. For half a decade there was no devolved government, and for none of that decade there was an agreed programme for government. The absence of a programme for government was both a symptom and a cause of dysfunctionality. So in agreeing this PFG, the Executive has made progress on the shamefully low bar that was set. When the SDLP entered opposition, we were determined to be constructive, and we have fulfilled that pledge. To the extent that the final PFG contains slightly more clarity on certain interventions and targets, it's clear that the presence of an official opposition has been a force for accountability. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, despite the desire of this Executive to be garlanded for simply existing, you do not get a passing grade for showing up to the exam hall. This document contains aspirations we share, but it is far short of the kind of clear, targeted plan that the people of Northern Ireland deserve after so many years of failure. And it has to be said that in the First Minister's remarks, warm though they were, I didn't hear a single clear target. On days like this, we need to keep sight of who and what matters, and how we work to make life better for the 1.9 million people we serve. After the PFG fiasco last week, someone got in touch on social media to say they had been red flagged for referral to a consultant gynaecologist a year ago. When she phoned recently to ask how long the waiting list was, she was told that it could be years. She and the other hundreds of thousands on waiting lists aren't obsessed with the mechanics of politics or process, but they do deserve a clear sense of how people who sought and achieved power intend to use that power to improve their lives and the services they rely on. This programme is better than nothing. It's a modest improvement on the draft, but it's a missed opportunity. It's nowhere near good enough. I say to the First and Deputy First Minister, and indeed all ministers, is this it? Now, as I said, I want to acknowledge where the PFG offers more clarity in its final version than its draft. On social housing, it promises to have started work on at least 5,800 new homes. That may be modest and far short of the kind of trajectory needed to deliver the 100,000 new homes promised by previous Sinn Féin Communities Ministers, but it is at least time-bound and measurable. We also welcome the commitment to create a delivery unit. We will, of course, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, need to see delivery from the delivery unit. As a constructive opposition, the key theme of our approach has been asking those with power to take responsibility rather than shift blame. On the economy, the PFG says it prioritises low productivity, but it does little to address it. Delaying and curtailing Phase 2 of Belfast Rapid Transit. No plan, despite what was said by the First Minister, no plan to increase investment in wastewater infrastructure. And on improving the quality and conditions of work, the Executive is already backsliding. Despite big talk on good jobs, the target for 2027 is simply to have considered the introduction of an employment rights bill. On the collapsing health service, it is remarkably vague. It promises at least 250,000 assessments or diagnoses this year, but then says a few paragraphs later, well, there were 260,000 last year. How will waiting lists and waiting times reduce when the number of people being seen is flatlining or even decreasing? All too often, in lieu of an actual target, this PFG promises another plan or strategy to follow at some point. The backlog in special educational needs, they'll produce a plan. Perhaps that plan will have a target. And too often, the target is not a target or even a policy or a law to be passed, but a post-dated promise for a further plan at some point in the future. Too often, this document is a Russian doll of more documents and more verbiage and more plans. The PFG, for example, promises to implement the Lough Neagh Action Plan, but that plan was mostly not action, but rather scoping exercises and reviews. Most frustratingly, the promises on reform and transformation on public services have utterly lost momentum, and this document completely fails to set out any clarity or ambition on how public services are to be reformed or how the associated bodies, including the Public Sector Transformation Board, are going to work. And by the way, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's still an interim board. Each of the parties in the Executive sought power and now have it. Yes, constrained by coalition. Yes, limited by finances. But those things are true of virtually every democratic government in Europe. The test of governments is not how well they describe problems, but how they use the power they do have to improve people's lives. Sinn Féin sought and received an historic mandate to lead an executive, but now there is precious little to show for that beyond symbolism. Having had the Finance Ministry for half a decade, they have made zero progress on devolving fiscal powers, despite constant complaints about our current funding model. The budget section in this document is one page. I'll hold it up for those who want to see it. One page without a single table or chart, and no clarity on whether any of the promises, such as they are, will be funded. And there are no promises or pledges on fiscal powers in the PFG, despite being told repeatedly by finance ministers that they want to devolve more fiscal power and that too much power was in London. And it goes without saying, we have a 10-year rates review cycle which appears to never be ready to report. And, critically, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this document contains shockingly little on cross-border public service delivery, despite lots of words about that. When you compare it to the Southern Programme for Government, as some have done, including in this chamber, there is barely any reference to the transformative potential of greater cross-border provision. Indeed, one of the most significant mentions of the Shared Island Fund comes from a DUP Minister's Department. On page 85, the prosperity section of this document appears to put two entities which emerged from a secret DUP Tory deal, the East West Council and Intertrade UK, on the same footing as the North-South Ministerial Council, the British Irish Council and Intertrade Ireland. Those are bodies agreed in multi-party talks and enshrined in treaty. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, just as Van Morrison is back playing the blues in Belfast, the DUP appears to be back playing its old tunes, and not just in relation to international politics, blocking executive papers, stalling progress on Casement Park and the Irish language. The Deputy First Minister is shaking her head. Perhaps she can clarify for me on this in her remarks later on. The Alliance Party also won an historic endorsement at the last election, campaigning heavily on the need to reform Stormont and prevent repeated collapse. And there's a lot of agreement between our two parties. It's a vital subject, but they appear to have made absolutely no progress. Perhaps they made no attempt, no progress whatsoever at getting the issue into this programme for government. Earning power, taking office, has to mean taking responsibility and being held accountable for it. We make no apology for being a constructive but robust opposition. Given the First Minister's party is fighting a battle over the rights of the opposition in the Oireachtas, you will surely agree that opposition matters. And if the Irish people deserve it on one side of the border, they deserve constructive opposition on this side of the border. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, our job is to speak for the people and demand better. They've been failed too often. They deserve delivery, not empty words. They need to be confident they can access health care when they need it. They need to know their children will be supported to achieve their potential, that there will finally be some attempt to restore our degraded environment. This document does not deliver for them. It isn't just a day late and $1 short. It's 1,000 days late, and there's no budget at all. Every day in this chamber and outside, the SDLP will speak for the people who have been let down for too long, even if it makes others in this chamber uncomfortable. We will hold others to account for the power they have sought and received. We will insist on the executive and its parties taking responsibility, not simply shifting blame. Our people deserve so much better, so much better. We will be speaking up for them every single day and demanding better than this late, limp, listless programme for government.
I call Paula Bradshaw, Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. So I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office, and I thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for bringing this motion to the Assembly today, and also for the pre-briefing that the Deputy Chair and I had with them earlier today. So I welcome the publication of the Programme for Government 2024 to 27. This is a long-awaited document. It is more than 10 years since the last Programme for Government, and the Committee has sought to engage in the development process. In October 2024, the Committee wrote to the other statutory committees for views on the consultation on the Programme for Government. The Committee received responses from the Committees for the Economy, Agriculture, the Environment and Rural Affairs, Justice and Infrastructure. The Committee for Communities agreed to give individual party responses. The Committee also heard evidence from the Department on the consultation responses and from the Older Persons Commissioner for the Programme for Government, and the Committee also received written input from the Youth Assembly. The Committee collated these responses and submitted them to the Executive Office to inform the development of the final Programme for Government. The other statutory committees will speak for themselves, and the Committee has not yet had the opportunity to meet to discuss this final PFG, so I will confine my remarks to a number of high-level themes from the Committee's work on the consultation. In terms of monitoring and reporting on the PFG, the Committee was keen to stress that progress has to be measured with relevant indicators, using data with a firm baseline which may be comparable to other jurisdictions. There is also a need to ensure that reporting is based on progress on indicators towards targets for the priorities set out in the Programme for Government. And then looking at accountability and transparency, members thought that the PFG should tie ministers to outcomes and that the PFG should be linked to the budget. Linking the budget and PFG is a challenge, not least because of the differing timescales, and the Committee will be exploring with officials how this may be achieved. The Committee was of the view that a full equality impact assessment should be produced together with a report on the consultation responses, and requested that it be provided with a copy of the report so that it could be circulated to Assembly committees before the final PFG was considered. We will be following up on these issues as part of our scrutiny of the PFG. Finally, the committee was of the view that the targets in the PFG should have been set with, through engagement with the relevant Assembly committees. The Older People's Commissioner and the Northern Ireland Youth Assembly raised the issue of representation of older people and young people, respectively, in the draft PFG. Among other things, the committee will be exploring how the Executive plans to make the PFG accessible and meaningful for everyone in Northern Ireland. The committee will now begin its work on the PFG and, as a first step, is receiving a briefing from the Department at our meeting later this week. The committee looks forward to playing its part in scrutinising progress on the actions of this document as they unfold. We will examine the indicators of progress and seek meaningful outcomes for our communities. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make some remarks as an MLA for the Alliance Party. So firstly, as I said, I do welcome the publication of this programme for government, and I would like to put my party's appreciation on record for the community and voluntary sector stakeholder organisations that responded to the consultation. We appreciate that these can be timely matters, but it is really important that we recognise the effort that they have put in. We need to be clear that we need to maintain a system of government that is fit for purpose in this post-agreement era, and whilst we recognise that there are maybe some underwhelming factors within this programme for government, we do have to acknowledge that this is a mandatory coalition, and so we submitted our own consultation response to it, and I think that it's right and proper that people can see where we would have gone further in certain aspects of this final document. So let me be clear that the programme for government should not and must not be the height of the Executive's ambition. It sets out a bare minimum of what the public should be expecting, and it should not be regarded as a composite list for ministerial delivery. In terms of reform, we recognise the three overarching missions are important, but again, in our consultation response, we did stress that we felt that peace and peace building should have been more integral into all aspects of the document. We welcome the introduction of the delivery unit hosted within the Executive Office, and like my South Belfast colleague, I look forward to hearing more about what that delivery unit is going to do and how it's going to influence how reform and transformation of our public services will be taken forward, agreed, and most importantly bedded in. So Principal Deputy Speaker, we cannot hope for a shared society without reforming our public services, but we also need to see that we see a reform of the institutions here, and so we will continue to push for that within the Executive, because we do feel that if we are going to actually deliver for our communities, then we need to ensure that our way of governing here is reflective of our changing society. As regards the issues related to the Executive Office, we very much welcome the work on the mother and baby institutions. We would have liked to have seen written on the face of the document the memorialisation programme for the historical institutional abuse victims and survivors, and also recognition of the ongoing issues for victims and survivors of the Troubles, not least with the ill-fated Legacy Act. So just in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, we will keep pushing for meaningful delivery above and beyond what is set out in this programme for government. We do not want to see our society continued to be defined along sectarian lines. We do recognise that we are a diverse, multicultural society now, and that the programme for government needs to deliver for everyone, regardless of their background. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Philip McGuigan.
I want to begin by welcoming the publication of the Executive's programme for government. I think this is a positive step and demonstrates collective commitment to delivering better public services for all citizens right across the North, because public services will mean better outcomes for people, which is why there was such a good response to the consultation. And I want to thank those individuals, groups, sectors who did respond to the consultation. I'm speaking today as my party's health spokesperson, so from that perspective within the programme for government, I welcome the narrative that key to achieving better health outcomes is a focus on preventative measures to keep people well for longer in the first instance, combined with early detection and timely intervention when it is required. With over 500,000 people currently on a waiting list to have their first consultation with a specialist, I welcome that cutting waiting times is an executive priority and that addressing health inequalities is recognised as being part of that solution. The executive commitment is evidenced by the significant proportion of the block grant, over 50%, that has been allocated to the Department for Health. That in itself is by no means a silver bullet solution. The current challenges within the health service are great and were discussed many times in this chamber at length, most recently during the recent budget debate. We are obviously here still dealing with the impact of the COVID pandemic on our waiting lists and the impact that has had. We have a growing demand and need for our health services coupled with workforce and capacity challenges. And we have an ageing population with co-occurring and complex needs. But despite these difficulties and pressures, we must do all within our power to reduce the unacceptable waiting lists. As I said, 500,000 people, a quarter of our population here in the north, are on a waiting list to have their first consultation with a specialist. That figure is unacceptable, and we need to see action in the year ahead to start turning the corner and reducing that number. That is especially needed for cancer waiting lists and services where urgency is key to treatment, key to outcome, and indeed key to saving lives. It's clear that tackling this priority within the programme for government effectively will require long-term planning as well as multi-year budgets to support the health service to deliver a consistent, high-quality and sustainable level of care and to provide better health outcomes for our population regardless of where they live. So I welcome the commitment and the target to invest up to $135 million a year to reduce waiting lists by treating an additional 70,000 patients, and a further $80 million a year to increase elective care capacity through expansion of elective care centres and mega clinics, which will reduce the demand and capacity that causes our waiting lists to grow. As with any programme for government, there is always more that could be included and always more that needs to be done, even within the identified priorities. But there is, I believe, growing acknowledgement that the Executive simply doesn't have the budget or fiscal levers to generate finances at the level required. And we all know that the North has been chronically underfunded in the past, and the impact that has had on our public service. Indeed, we continue to be underfunded. As a devolved institution, our ability here to deliver for our population will always be constrained by decisions made in Westminster, where the interests of our people here will never be a top priority. It is my view that the only way to truly address the challenges we face in health or across all our public services is through constitutional change. This is a discussion which is gathering pace and one that can no longer be easily dismissed. In the meantime, this programme for government is undoubtedly a positive step forward. The achievements of our previous and current Finance Minister in securing additional funding from the British Government is a step forward and significant. And so too is the argument for maximum devolution of fiscal powers to the North, and that must be pursued. But our ambition for our people has to be more ambitious and based on us here having the maximum ability to shape our own decisions. And that is why the conversation on constitutional change is so important and must continue at pace. And that is the route map to truly addressing all of our public services and delivering better outcomes for all of the people that we represent.
Thank you, Philip. I call Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I wish to declare interest. During my contributions, I will touch on unadopted developments, of which I live in one, and I am intending to bring forward a private member's bill. And I will also touch on the A5, of which my husband's family are landowners along the route. I welcome the opportunity to contribute today on behalf of the Infrastructure Committee. In October, we received oral evidence from DFI officials on the draft Programme for Government 2024-27. The committee heard that although the department does not have a lead on any of the 9 priorities in the programme, a number of these are particularly relevant of DFI's core functions, and that is to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy, provide more social and affordable and sustainable housing, protecting Lough Neagh and the environment, and reform and transformation of public services. In responding to the draft programme for government, the committee highlighted the fundamental role the department will play as an enabler to the achievement of the priorities and in shaping a better tomorrow. Turning to planning, the committee has taken evidence from a wide range of stakeholders who have outlined their concerns with the length of time taken for applications to be processed. The committee welcomes legislation recently brought forward to provide councils with the power to publish planning application validation checklists, which is anticipated to reduce processing times of applications, but more needs to be done to support this key area to support the growth in our economy. It is apparent that delays can often be caused by the timeliness and quality of responses from statutory consultees, and therefore the committee urges all ministers, departments and their agencies who undertake a statutory consultee role to ensure they are well resourced with sufficient staffing and measurable processes in place to assure timely and meaningful responses to planning applications. Delivering an effective and efficient planning system will not only contribute to the economic growth, but will also support delivery of an appropriate housing supply strategy, key to the delivery of the programme for government. As members will be aware, the issue of unadopted developments is a frequently reoccurring issue which can impact on the quality of our roads and their maintenance, our street lighting and water and wastewater infrastructure, which in the very worst cases can be problematic and an expensive burden on homeowners to undertake remedial works to meet the required standards or risk them being unable to sell their property. Water and wastewater infrastructure too are crucial to economic growth and facilitating the provision of more social, affordable and sustainable housing. Inadequate wastewater infrastructure impacts on the delivery of this, and whilst there are some initiatives to introduce contributions by developers, the committee considers that this will not be sufficient given the scale of the overall investment needed. The committee has taken a keen interest in capacity constraints, particularly with regard to wastewater infrastructure, and looks forward to receiving detail on how this will be improved. Both water and flooding risk management will be important factors in the achievement of the Executive's priorities. The committee is supportive of the Department's ambition to develop a new flood forecasting system. The Water, Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill will be introduced in the coming weeks. However, to date we still await its introduction, but given its objections, which are likely to seek to reduce pollution, strengthen resilience to extreme weather events, introduce more sustainable and environmentally friendly solutions to manage water resource and reduce and mitigate flood risk, it is important that the committee takes sufficient time to scrutinise these proposals. Turning now to our transport infrastructure, it is clear to the committee that a well-maintained, safe and reliable road network and public transport system will contribute significantly to the successful achievement of the programme for government priorities. Maintenance of the wider road network is of an ongoing concern to the committee, particularly due to the scaling back of an effective and well-funded winter service and potentially detrimental impact on road safety. Measures such as progressing delivery of the A5 will not only improve road safety and save lives, but will also create jobs and benefit to the economy. In addition, developing the rail network and providing more public transport for our rural and disabled communities are also essential to keep pace to support our economic goals. Turning to Lough Neagh and the environment, the committee is acutely aware of the importance of Lough Neagh in supplying 40% of Northern Ireland's drinking water and is concerned at the issues caused there with blue-green algae. Although not the only cause, pollution incidents from wastewater treatment works and septic tanks are key contributors, and this must be addressed. In addition, the commitments under the Climate Change Act will require investment. The committee has been actively engaging with the department and stakeholders to find out how this can be supported. The committee played its part in supporting the vehicle emissions trading scheme. It will be essential that the electric vehicle network is sufficiently developed to facilitate this, and I would urge that we look at options such as FTC as a means of borrowing to enable the private sector to support growth in our private charging network. Active travel is identified as a key indicator of the people mission of the programme for government. The committee looks forward to considering the results of the consultation on the active travel delivery plan. Reform and transformation of public services will require significant investment. However, the committee has heard the difficulties faced by the department due to budgetary constraints and the impact that this has had on its vacancy rates. So finally, the committee considers that the programme for government must be underpinned by robust and measurable milestones, and it would be helpful if the First or Deputy First Minister could set out what they consider the key infrastructural milestones to be and the assessments of whether these will be achieved in the context of the draft budget. This is particularly in the context of the investment strategy, which is coming imminently, and as stated in the programme for government, the Executive is committed to investing $26 billion in public funding in the next decade. So shaping a better tomorrow will require collaborative working and innovative approaches in working to shape a better tomorrow, both for the foundations of funding will need to deliver long-term improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler, Chairperson of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. My comments are mainly in the context of the oral evidence session we had with officials on the 10th of October and subsequent response we sent to the TEO Committee on the draft PFG. As the final PFG was issued to members on Friday, naturally the Committee has not yet had a chance to consider it. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, overall the Committee was supportive of the short, medium and long-term actions under the three headings of doing what matters most today, building new foundations and shaping a better tomorrow, with its three long-term missions: people, planet and prosperity. The Committee was glad to hear that DAERA's 24-25 business plan had clear links to the draft PFG priorities and missions. And in our response to the TEO Committee, we highlighted that there was an insufficient commitment to public engagement at departmental business planning level, and that we wished to see a public engagement strategy to connect the public with what is being delivered by the department. Regarding the first pillar, which was doing what matters most, we welcomed that protecting Lough Neagh and the environment was one of the 9 immediate priorities in the draft PFG and remains so in the final PFG, with a target of 2027 for delivering the Lough Neagh report and action plan. We will be discussing this further on Thursday at committee on our first evidence session with DAERA's Lough Neagh project manager. The committee has also been following the progress of the Small Business Research Initiative for shorter-term solutions to blue-green algae. At the stage of the draft programme for government, Phase 1 had launched and 5 organisations had been selected to develop a proof of concept solution. The committee hopes that the funding for both phases has been secured. To help reach the goal of net zero by 2050, the committee recognised the importance of the first environment strategy, setting carbon budgets and developing a climate action plan. However, we were concerned that the delay in the publication of plans potentially undermines the Executive's position in addressing these matters. The committee looks forward to the development of an Executive-agreed climate action plan, which is to be consulted on in 2025, and to see the detail of the cross-cutting steps to reduce carbon emissions and deliver across aspects in DAERA's remit, including agriculture, land use, forestry, waste and fisheries. We highlighted to the TEO Committee in that response to the draft programme for government that the interventions in response to their environmental crisis, Lough Neagh, or part of the legal obligations, such as the delivery of an environmental strategy, and to be cognizant of that. The committee recognised that there are Assembly members who will be disappointed seeing no commitment to the introduction, however, of an independent environmental protection agency. The committee has concerns over delays in service delivery, for example, the processing of planning applications, and has advised that insufficient staff is part of that problem. So it is good to see the proposal of apprenticeship routes as one method of increasing staff resource. At NIEA, we will be requesting updates on the transformation of public services and on DAERA's share of the £235 million transformation fund. Second part, on building new foundations, members felt the focus on rural development was lacking in the draft programme for government. We held our meeting in Cookstown in November to hear from rural development groups and networks on their main concerns. Some members believe that loss of rural development funding post-EU exit continues to undermine support for rural areas. The committee will be keen to see the delivery of a new rural policy framework to build prosperous rural communities, and that this framework will be developed collaboratively with rural communities. Shaping a Better Tomorrow, which is the People's Mission. In connection to a just transition, we highlighted to the TEO committee that the Welsh model is underpinned by wellbeing to ensure that people are thriving as well as the economy. The committee looks forward to engaging with the Just Transition Commission and supporting DAERA to secure funding for a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. And on Shaping a Better Tomorrow, the Planet Mission. In some cases, growing the economy is in opposition to climate change actions, and a balanced approach is absolutely needed. Some members highlighted that development of environmental commitments should be underpinned by legally binding targets. Although there was a high-level commentary on agriculture in the draft programme for government, we did feel and still feel that there is a lack of detail around some statements, for example, that they will support farmers to help make healthy local food more affordable. And given the emphasis on delivering multiple objectives from land use, the committee feel that there are opportunities and risks that need to be dealt with more strategically, potentially via a land use framework. Regarding Shaping a Better Tomorrow, the Prosperity Mission, the committee highlighted that there are rural, micro and small businesses that need support to thrive and to grow, and the committee will no doubt be considering if the final programme for government goes far enough in addressing rural affairs. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, if you don't mind, I'd like to make just a few comments on behalf of myself and my party. At the beginning of the programme for government document that we have before it, it is rightly noted that we can, what can be achieved together in the remainder of this mandate, and the First Minister has alluded to that. But let's take a moment to imagine what could have been achieved had we have had a full mandate to deliver. If we had stability, the continuity and the shared determination to make progress year on year. This being the first programme for government since 2011 is both good news and, frankly, a source of deep shame. It's good news because it signals progress, consensus and a collective effort to govern. It's a shame on all of us because it should never have taken this long. Imagine where we could have been had we have had successive, fully implemented programmes for government and an executive that worked through its difficulties rather than collapsing under them. We are in a slightly better fiscal position than in previous years, not because of the new investment or bold economic strategy, but largely because we have been underfunded for so long that any uplift sadly feels like relief. And while we may be in a better political position than when this place was empty, the scale of repair and transformation that is required is absolutely enormous. Those who choose political abstinence in this place must take a long, hard look at the consequences of their actions, not in the abstract, but in the lives of the people who have suffered from years of stagnation in this place. There is much to welcome in the priorities for the programme for government, but we owe it to the people of Northern Ireland to be abundantly clear and honest in regard to the pace of delivery, not so much just in the matters of progress, because people do not need political platitudes, they need results. They need to know when their lives will get better, not just how we plan to make them better. The legacy of this Executive and Assembly cannot be one of short-term aspiration. It must be one of long-term delivery. And that can only be achieved with multi-year budgets, stable and reliable government, and a commitment to interdepartmental collaboration that delivers real value for money. And we must regularly review what we are doing, challenge inefficiency, and refuse to allow outdated ways of working to hold us back. Let us not perform like assemblies of old. Let us do more, let us do it better, and let us do it together for everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Colin Gildernew, Chairperson for the Committee for Communities.
Prior last Can Corlia, and I rise today to contribute to this important debate on the programme for government in my capacity as Chair for Committee. However, I want to make clear at the outset the remarks I make do not represent an agreed committee position, including given timing, but rather reflect the concerns, comments and priorities that have been raised repeatedly in committee and by the committee members from across the political spectrum. If time allows, I'll also make some comments as Sinn Féin spokesperson. One of the most pressing concerns of the committee has been the lack of progress on key social strategies, including the anti-poverty strategy, the disability strategy and the language strategies. For too long, the North has lacked a coherent and resourced approach to tackling poverty. However, the updated programme for government explicitly commits the Executive to bringing forward an anti-poverty strategy. This is a welcome step forward and a direct result of the tireless campaigning of the Cliff Edge Coalition, the wider voluntary and community sector and indeed the committee, which has consistently called for action on poverty. The strategy must not be a box-ticking exercise, and the Committee will scrutinise its development closely to ensure it is adequately funded, backed by clear timelines, and delivers real and measurable outcomes for those experiencing financial hardship. The Executive has recognised that tackling poverty requires a cross-departmental effort, including addressing educational attainment gaps, health inequalities and housing stress. These commitments must now be translated into urgent action. Alongside the anti-poverty strategy, the Committee has regularly pressed the Minister on the status of the language strategies and the disability strategy, which are all crucial components of a fairer, more inclusive society. These strategies have been subject to repeated delays, leaving many in our communities without the support and recognition they need. The disability strategy in particular is of crucial importance in ensuring that government policy actively removes barriers for disabled people, promoting their full participation in social and economic life. The failure to deliver this strategy in a timely manner undermines commitments to equality and inclusion. Similarly, the outstanding language strategies must be progressed as a matter of urgency to ensure that linguistic diversity is respected and promoted in a manner that enhances cultural inclusion. The Committee remains clear in its expectations that all of these social inclusion strategies should not be sidelined, but must instead be central to the Executive's broader commitment to rights and equality. We have also repeatedly pressed the Minister and Department to engage proactively with the range of co-design groups who have contributed to this work to ensure their input is reflected. The Programme for Government acknowledges the urgent need for increased housing supply, particularly social and affordable housing, and the Committee will certainly welcome the commitment to building 5,850 new social homes by 2027. Housing stress continues to rise, with more than 47,000 households on the waiting list. While the Department for Communities has set ambitious targets, delivery will remain the key challenge across a range of issues. Furthermore, the Committee has raised concerns about the fuel poverty strategy, which must be brought forward urgently. The cost of living crisis has left too many households struggling to heat their homes, and we must ensure that commitments in this area lead to real action. The Loan to Acquire Move-On Accommodation Fund announced in the Programme for Government is a welcome step to support homelessness charities in securing housing solutions for those in greatest need. However, we must see greater ambition and long-term investment to tackle the root cause of homelessness. The redevelopment of Casement Park has been a long-standing issue, and while the Programme for Government includes a commitment to progressing this project, the Committee remains concerned about funding and delivery timelines. Casement Park is not just a sports stadium. It represents a key investment in community infrastructure, tourism and economic development. We urge the Executive and the Minister for Communities to provide greater clarity on funding arrangements and delivery schedules. The Committee has noted and welcomed the progress that is being made in the implementation of the Sub-Regional Stadia or NI Football Fund programme. So, Concordia, while the Committee welcomes the overarching ambitions of the Programme for Government, we remain concerned that key social priorities, particularly those within the Department for Communities, have not been given the urgency and attention they require. We cannot have a Programme for Government that fails to prioritise those most in need, that overlook long-standing commitments on social inclusion, or that delay critical infrastructure projects that will benefit community for generations to come. The Committee therefore urges the Minister and the Executive to ensure that these matters are not only acknowledged but acted upon with clear commitments and tangible outcomes. The Committee is also keen to undertake robust and effective scrutiny of these cross-departmental priorities. We look forward to continuing to scrutinise the Minister's approach to these issues and will remain resolute in advocating for the delivery of long overdue strategies and projects. Last Concordia, now make a few brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for housing and communities. I want to start off by welcoming the fact that a Programme for Government has been agreed by Executive, which, as some members have pointed out, is the first time in over a decade that we have reached this point. The PFG contains many important commitments which will improve the lives of everyone in society, along with reducing waiting times, making childcare affordable, growing our economy and protecting our environment. I particularly welcome the high priority placed on housing within the Programme for Government. The housing supply strategy sets a target of 100,000 new homes in 15 years, and this is the scale of what is needed if we are to seriously tackle the current housing crisis. We need to see the Housing Executive building homes again, and this will require a substantial increase in the level of investment. It will also require the British Government to sign off on a new financial model for the Housing Executive, which will allow it to borrow the funds it needs to invest. Turning now again to the social inclusion strategies, and again I want to welcome the commitment given to deliver an Irish language strategy. Gaels have waited long enough to have their language given the status it deserves, and we need an Irish language strategy to enhance the provision and promotion of the language, as was agreed in the New Decade, New Approach agreement. There is great concern within the Irish language sector that the Minister for Communities is dragging his heels on this issue, and it was disappointing that he was unable to commit to a timeline for the delivery of the strategy at last week's committee meeting. In a similar vein, we also need to see the delivery of an anti-poverty strategy. The delivery of this strategy has never been more urgent, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to present a final draft to Executive before the end of this month. We need to see a much more proactive and forthright approach from the Minister, particularly in his engagements with the British Government around the need for a funding package for casement. And I will conclude my remarks there.
Time's up. Thank you, Colm. I call Diane Forsyth, Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I speak today on behalf of the Finance Committee as the Chair focuses on his role as Leader of the Opposition. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for their bringing this forward and for the words today in the Chamber. It's important for me to state that as this finalised programme for government was only published on Friday afternoon, the Finance Committee has not had time to consider it. It would have been helpful if time had been provided for committees to consider the PFG before this debate. However, we are where we are. Therefore, my speech will reflect the scrutiny that the Finance Committee undertook on the PFG when it was in draft. The committee was briefed on the Department of Finance's aspects of the PFG on the 2nd of October 2024. During the briefing, the Department of Finance officials highlighted that, as well as its financial oversight role with respect to the PFG, the Department has a vital role in other key elements under the reform and transformation of public services, the immediate priority. As officials have regularly reminded the committee, the current and ongoing budgetary restrictions mean that this priority is central to this programme for government. Central to that is the work of the Interim Public Sector Transformation Board and its efforts to make recommendations to the Finance Minister on utilising £235 million of transformation funding over 5 years. The committee has applied considerable energy to scrutinising this body and has further scrutiny plans. The committee notes that the final PFG indicates that this work is now being led by a new reform and transformation unit within the Executive Office. The committee will seek clarification on the role of the Finance Minister and the ongoing scrutiny that the committee is seeking to apply. Officials also informed the committee that financial sustainability will be key to transformation. The Department's work with the Budget Sustainability Plan examines improvements in the budget process, including how best to connect the budget process with strategic decisions, including PFG targets. This has been a key ask from the committee and has been highlighted by multiple stakeholders. The budget must be linked to the programme for government for both to be properly scrutinised by statutory committees. Only when the two are linked will there be proper clarity and transparency regarding executive and departmental priorities, and it will be much easier for members to see where budgets are going to better exercise their advisory role with respect to ministers. It's important to remember that the programme for government is a legislative requirement within Section 20 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, which states the Executive Committee will seek to agree each year and review as necessary a programme incorporating an agreed budget linked to policies and programmes, subject to approval by the Assembly after scrutiny in Assembly committees on a cross-community basis. We have not yet truly arrived at a fully budget-linked PFG. Indeed, page 88 of this PFG is titled Funding for the Programme for Government. This single page describing the need for reform and transformation, as well as highlighting the difficult fiscal situation we find ourselves in. There's no detail around budget linking to the PFG, and that is disappointing. The PFG also references the interim fiscal framework, to which, again, the committee has also applied considerable scrutiny. The interim fiscal framework was signed by the previous Finance Minister in May 2024, is expected to put the Executive's finances on a more sustainable footing, to allow delivery of the high-quality public services people expect and deserve. Work around this has entered into a new phase with the engagement of Professor Jerry Holtham around our relative need and the level at which our fiscal floor should rest. I indicated that the committee received commentary on the PFG from various stakeholders, including Ulster University. They expressed a concern that the PFG focuses too much on immediate pressures and a restricted set of priorities. They suggest that a longer and more strategic view should be taken, with greater emphasis on prevention and early intervention. Like the committee, they emphasise the need for a multi-year budget linked to the programme for government. Essentially, the building blocks to achieve the programme for government's priorities need to be more clearly identified alongside much greater cross-departmental working and budgeting. Work now needs to be done to make this PFG tangible for our communities. Our people need to see how the programme for government is making their lives better and is taking us forward. On behalf of the Finance Committee, I welcome the publication of this programme for government, and we will continue to play our part in scrutinising its delivery, as well as offering advice on how it can be made more effective. And I will speak briefly as DUP MLA for Southdown in welcoming this programme for government. And it's good to see that we are in a position where this is agreed in advance of agreeing the 25-26 budget, with a view to aligning the priorities and ensuring that budget flows through to them. I particularly welcome the priority to deliver more affordable, accessible, high-quality early learning and childcare, a critical priority for our working families in Northern Ireland and for ensuring that every child has the best start in life. And in advance of this programme for government being agreed, it was excellent to see childcare being identified up front as a key priority of the Executive and the Assembly, with £25 million being ring-fenced this financial year. And with this somewhat modest allocation, I am very proud that the DUP Education Minister, Paul Gibbon, progressed at pace and delivered in this financial year on childcare. It is critical that in this programme for government commitment, funding is able to flow. With that £25 million, the Education Minister delivered within 4 months of making an announcement the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, which has put over £4 million back into the pockets of families here in Northern Ireland, with over 14,000 children registered. We've seen £7.6 million invested in existing programmes, including Sure Start, major expansion of preschool with an extra 2,500 children moving to full-time nursery school places from September 2025, and research has commenced and a strategy is progressing. Our DUP Education Minister has proved he can deliver on this and he can make a difference on childcare. And under this programme for government, I would encourage progression and enabling him to have budget flowing, because if Paul Gibbon has more, he will deliver more for working families in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Diane. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and like other members, I rise to welcome this as a step forward. That for the first time since 2011, the Executive has agreed a programme for government setting out the vision, priorities and direction for the remainder of this mandate. It goes without saying, of course, that this is not an exhaustive list of everything that Executive Ministers will deliver over the next 2 years, nor should it be seen as the ceiling on our ambition, but rather the foundation from which we should all seek to build together. Nor is this a document that Alliance, or to be fair, any other party in this chamber, would have written in isolation. It does, however, set out a series of positive proposals in a number of areas where there is consensus amongst the 4 parties within the mandatory coalition. On that note, Principal Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the substance of the document, I do want to address some points in relation to the process and how we got here. A process that was fraught at times with needless delay and which also at times lacked the spirit of genuine cooperation and collaboration which is referenced within the document itself. 4 months after the consultation closed in November, ministers from Alliance should not have had to ask for a summary of consultation responses, equality and rural impact assessments, nor should those ministers have had to ask for the final version of the document on the eve the Executive was due to meet to agree it. I don't wish to dwell on those challenges, but I do sincerely hope that those lessons will be learned and recognised, and that we can commit today to move forward together in a spirit of genuine collaboration and cooperation as we seek to deliver together. There is much in the way of positive progress in this programme for government. including important commitments which will improve the lives of everyone we represent. Commitments to tackle paramilitarism, speed up our justice system, and enhance police officer numbers to build safer, stronger and more vibrant communities. And commitments for the first time to tackle the ecological crisis in Lough Neagh, ensuring that that issue receives the billing and the attention it deserves, alongside action to protect our environment and combat climate change. It is important to stress that, be it protecting our environment and improving water quality, be it building a vibrant economy, or delivering the social housing to which the Programme for Government aspires, does require progress in respect of infrastructure as a key enabling function, and I want to associate myself with some of the remarks that the Chair of the Committee made in that respect. So too is it welcome to see clear targets in respect of the number of participants in programmes raising awareness around the issue of violence against women and girls, given the particular scourge that that issue poses on our society, as well as cross-party commitments to childcare and to tackling health waiting lists. Of course, there are other areas where we would have liked to go further, be that in respect of exploiting the opportunities presented to us by dual market access, be it in relation to a greater focus on poverty, or, as the Chair of the Communities Committee referenced, the need to deliver on social strategies which are long overdue. And for our part, Alliance will continue to articulate arguments in favour of progressing with the disability strategy, the gender equality strategy, the LGBTQIA+ strategy and others. Of course, our ability to deliver in this mandate has been constrained both by the state of our public finances and by the fact that, again, we are operating in a constrained mandate. I want to turn briefly to a couple of comments that were made by the Leader of the Opposition. And I would gently say this: when you come to this chamber to point the finger at other parties, at least be consistent. There have been executives in the past that the SDLP have sat in where there has been no programme for government at all. And in fairness to the SDLP ministers that sat in those executives, I actually think they tried their best to deliver. So too have there been executives that the SDLP has participated in where they have voted against the programme for government but continued to participate in that executive. This is not, as I said, a programme for government that Alliance would have written. However, we are willing to give it a fair wind, because if operated in good faith and in a spirit of collaboration, I believe that we can prove to be successful as an executive. And I want the executive to be successful because the success of our people and our communities and our public services depends on it. So I will be supporting this programme for government today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Owen. I call Pat Sheehan.
The publication of the Executive's programme for government is a hugely welcome step as we continue to drive forward delivering for people here. The programme for government is ambitious, and rightly so. It focuses on critical issues like delivering affordable housing, reducing childcare costs and cutting health waiting lists, and transforming special educational needs provision. As my party spokesperson on education and as a member of the Education Committee here, I will focus my remarks on our education system. For too long, too many children have been left behind. Educational underachievement remains one of the most pressing challenges we face, and tackling it must be a priority. Education, like the rest of our public services, has been starved of the vital and necessary investment it has required due to over a decade of British government austerity. And it's in that context we have to be absolutely sure that we are spending money properly and getting bang for our buck. Investment in education must be based on objective need. That means directing resources where they are needed most, ensuring that children from disadvantaged backgrounds, regardless of their postcode, have access to the same opportunities as everyone else. We know that poverty and educational outcomes are linked. Children growing up in deprivation are more likely to struggle in school, and without intervention, that disadvantage follows them into adulthood. We cannot allow that cycle to continue. The programme for government recognises the need to break it, and we must ensure that commitment is backed by funding and action. The Education Minister must make tackling educational underachievement a priority. Supporting children with special educational needs is another crucial element. For too long, families have struggled to access the assessments, resources and support their children require. It's not enough to acknowledge the issue. We need a system that delivers, that provides the funding, staff and structures necessary to give every child, regardless of ability, the chance to thrive. On childcare, childcare is not just a family issue. It's an economic issue, a gender equality issue and an educational issue. The emphasis in this programme for government on making childcare more affordable isn't just an ambition or an aspiration. It has already been backed up with action. Prices are coming down for families, but more can and will be done. The Education Minister has been given £25 million this financial year to deal with childcare, and next year he'll be getting £50 million. And that's a sign of the ambition of the Executive. No parent should have to choose between work and their child's future because childcare costs are too high. And no child should miss out on the early years support that high-quality childcare provides. While today is a good day and we welcome this programme for government, we must also acknowledge the reality. The Executive does not have the resources or the fiscal powers to invest in public services to the level required. For years, our public services have been undermined by austerity policies imposed by the British government. Sinn Féin has been clear we need proper funding for the North. Our finance ministers, both past and present, have made that case to the Treasury time and again. And we continue to call for the maximum devolution of fiscal powers so that we here in the North can decide how to invest in our public services and our people.
Thank you, Pat. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for Economy.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And my first remarks will be made as Chair of the Economy Committee. The last time that a programme for government was agreed in this place, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I was studying A-level politics, so it's a pleasure that I get to make remarks on behalf of the committee. The committee did scrutinise the draft programme for government along with the Department's 24-25 business case and indeed their transformation bid. The draft programme for government indicated a number of priorities which the Department for the Economy would be in the lead, particularly to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy. The committee strongly welcomed the Executive's clear commitment to economic improvement for all the people of Northern Ireland, evidenced by the prominence of the economic elements in the draft PFG. The committee welcomed the prompt delivery of some important supporting measures, including the return of the Skill Up programme, the new Apprenticeship Challenge Fund, the rollout of the Energy Efficiency CapEx Fund, and the 10-year tourism strategy. However, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee is still awaiting the Skills Action Plan, the Renewable Energy Support Scheme, and the Circular Economy Strategy. In terms of the PFG Wellbeing Framework, the committee noted that economic progress is to be measured through a limited set of data based on economic activity and employment levels, numbers of exporting businesses, the Nation Brand Index and a R&D spending level. The committee was surprised that the skills measure wasn't focused on the missing middle at both level 4 and at level 5. And members remarked also that the data sets yet don't include multi-factor Northern Ireland-based productivity measures, although they are understood to be in development by the Department. Members therefore noted with some concern that the plan and very substantial changes to employment law being progressed by the Minister are unlikely to be informed by up-to-date Northern Ireland-based information. The committee also lately considered the draft budget for 25-26 by the Department and has yet to see any information on the impact of the proposed cuts from the Minister on skilled places, higher education, our arm's length bodies, including Tourism, NI and Northern Ireland Screen. The committee hopes that lessons will be learned from the previous PFG experience, that the accountability and linkages to financial provision, including the investment strategy, will be clear and easy to scrutinise. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks as Chair of the committee. But turning to DUP Economic Spokesperson, can I warmly welcome the clear prioritisation of growing Northern Ireland's economy within the programme for government, both as the first priority set out in the document and indeed of one of the themes later on in the document. This party has been and will continue to be unapologetic in our clear desire to grow the Northern Ireland economy, to ensure that all communities wherever you live in Northern Ireland have access to the best possible jobs, the best possible opportunities and the best possible education. In relation to inclusion within the programme for government, this party has been to the fore in recent mandates in updating employment legislation. The former Economy Minister, the member now for Upper Band, was key in securing bereavement leave for parents. The introduction of domestic safe leave in the coming years, again supported by this party. The substantial proposals being brought forward by the now Minister clearly do not have consensus across the private sector, and it is incumbent upon the Minister to engage with all stakeholders if we are to achieve support for the Good Employment Bill. If we turn then, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to the investment zone funding, £150 million secured by Treasury by this Executive. 18 months ago that announcement was made, and we have seen limited progress from the Minister in relation to this vital funding. And I, in my role as DUP Economy Spokesperson, will continue to champion the Minister to bring that forward. This party has always been unapologetic in wanting to grow the economy across Northern Ireland and ensure regional balance. But for me, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, regional balance does not just mean investing in one geographical location in Northern Ireland. It means that all communities, particularly those in Belfast, where I represent, who live in the shadows of factories and live in the shadows of large investments, but don't get to reap the financial benefit of being employed in those sectors. Our party will ensure that all communities, not just one section of Northern Ireland, benefits from regional balance. The test, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, of the words in the programme for government about supporting our higher and further education sector will be judged by the draft budget brought forward by the Department. All parties want to see the growth of the Magee campus, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but that cannot be done at the expense of other university or further education institutions. The proposed and rumoured cuts of £10 million by the now Economy Minister to Queen's University will cost up to 1,400 university places, 300 academic posts, and could endanger City Deal projects. And this party will not sit by quietly, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, while that is allowed to go on. The Leader of the Opposition rightly pointed out DUP fingerprints on this document. I'm very proud of that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because whether people like it or not, we are joint head of government. Our Deputy First Minister has been tenacious in ensuring that DUP manifesto commitments are delivered in this document. The non-inclusion of dual market access seems to be a matter of concern for some. They may wish to take that up, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, with the head of Invest Northern Ireland, who has made clear that to date no such opportunity delivery has come. And that's why it is so important in this document on page 85 that there is a clear commitment by this Executive to engage with both Intertrade UK and the new ministerial arrangements secured by this party. The delivery unit will be key to achieving the progress that we all want to see. When I made my remarks in my maiden speech, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the return of this place will be judged by our actions, not on our return, but under DUP leadership. I am no doubt that we will deliver. Thank you.
I call Diana Armstrong.
First Minister and Deputy First Minister for bringing this motion to the House today. I think there are many of us across this House who understand the significance of the programme for government, the importance it plays in our roles as legislators working hard to bring positive change to all our constituents and communities across Northern Ireland. However, there can be no doubt in anyone's mind that the ambition and commitments in this programme for government are not reflected in the budget, and it concerns me that many of these commitments may not be delivered, especially without adequate resources and long-term strategic financing through multi-year budgets. That being said, I'll be adding some positive commentary as my party's economy spokesperson, and more importantly as MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The programme for government outlines a number of commitments and actions needed to deliver a competitive, productive and sustainable economy. It's essential that our economy is given the tools and opportunities to grow and prosper, and I think there are some positive avenues available in this programme that will deliver this. I particularly welcome and will be closely watching the developments of the Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund, the Skills Fund and the Tourism Strategic Action Plan, key areas and interests of mine that will help streamline and promote growth for the next decade. I think there is a growing trend and enthusiasm around apprenticeships. More and more young people continue to avail of them, and given that International Women's Day falls during this week, I think it is important to highlight that more and more women continue to avail of apprenticeships and train in traditional sectors where men were often the dominant participants. This fund, in my view, is necessary to bridge the growing skills gap in Northern Ireland. I have countless businesses telling me that they can't get the skills they need to grow. Investing in apprenticeships is an investment in our future, and I know many colleagues feel the same. In addition, the investment in the Skills Fund is a welcome commitment and will be the spearhead to deliver the skills needed to boost the economy and tackle low productivity by upskilling and reskilling the workforce, particularly women returners. The competitive nature of the jobs market and continued demand for specialisation in skills is holding many businesses back from expansion, as the workforce simply isn't there. As many of you may know, a passion of mine is the tourism sector. Growing up and being a representative for the Fermanagh Lakelands, I feel passionate about the forward-looking face of tourism and how pivotal it is in demonstrating all that is good about our country. That is why it's hugely welcome to see it highlighted within the programme for government, with an investment of £1.3 billion to stimulate regeneration and tourism across Northern Ireland. And that follows the publication of the Tourism Strategic Action Plan last month. In conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the programme for government represents a positive step forward in outlining the commitments of this executive, but we must start to see delivery of and accountability for these commitments, and importantly, a budget framework that matches these targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call Deirdre Horgy.
Thank you to First and Deputy First Ministers for bringing this. The publication of the Executive's programme for government is a welcome step. It represents a commitment of the four-party executive to work together in the interests of everyone within our society. And we're all too aware that we're working within an extremely tight financial situation that has been exacerbated by 15 years of austerity budgets by the British government. A fact that has been acknowledged across this chamber in highlighting the impact of austerity on our budgets and also the deficiencies on the level of need funding. But despite these challenging fiscal environments, having this programme for government is a good step forward in setting out executive priorities, delivering better public services and outcomes for our people. It's good to see key outcomes around ending violence against women and girls and safer communities. Feeling safe is an essential part of how we feel in our communities, our places of work and when socialising, and they are key quality of life factors for all of us. I'm glad that these important issues are being highlighted in this programme for government. The ending violence against women and girls is a critical area that's having an impact right across our communities, with devastating impacts in which we've seen over 20 women killed since 2020, and in many more cases where women and girls are being harassed, intimidated, beaten and threatened on a daily basis. The collective effort to prioritise this and tackle the root causes is important, and with a minimum of 100,000 participants to be engaged throughout this programme. A change fund where funding is being directed through our 11 local councils into our local communities with grassroots engagement, participation and ensuring impact happens at a local level. The ongoing work of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, domestic abuse strategies, the Power to Change campaign and the establishment of sectoral groups, all contributing to the ending violence against women and girls and creating safer communities for all of us. Speeding up access to justice and creating safer communities are essential in determining how people feel and the impact on their quality of life. It's good to see the priority of expanding the use of out-of-court disposals and the use of community resolution notices. These will be an essential part of the work and are welcomed along with the business case in advancing and looking at sufficient policing numbers. Dealing with trauma, tackling hate and prejudice, reducing offending and reoffending are important areas of work that I am glad to see in this programme for work. Early intervention and prevention are critical in tackling these issues, and the commitment of a joined-up integrated working and investment in digital capabilities are also critical in the transformation that we need to see. This work also needs to be underpinned by an anti-poverty and equality lens, as we know those who are most impacted are from working class and minority backgrounds. We know that this programme for work is not the final or exhaustive list of priorities for the Executive or indeed individual ministers, and nor should it. We will work to have a scrutiny role of ministers to ensure that we see delivery on the ground. But what this does is provide an important framework and a commitment of working collectively together to deliver positive change and outcomes in the interests of our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item of business in order paper is question time, so I therefore propose by leave the Assembly to suspend until 2 p.m. The sit-in is by leave suspended.
That brings to a conclusion question time. I now move back to the programme for government and call Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are discussing something that truly matters, what this means for people on the ground. For too long, families, young people and educators have been navigating a system that doesn't always work for them. A programme for government isn't just about the policies, it's about action and making real change that improves lives. And when it comes to special educational needs, those changes are long overdue. That is why I welcome the focus on SEN in this programme for government. It recognises that our system must do better, not just in words, but in real, tangible improvements for children and young people, their parents, their carers and teachers. One of the most critical commitments in this programme is the utilisation of data. Too often we have failed to identify needs early and respond efficiently. If we're serious about delivering real change, we must ensure that the collection, sharing, analysis of data sits at the heart of reform. This is not just about a number. It's about ensuring that every child receives the right support at the right time. It's about making sure we're pre-planning for the future, projecting needs accurately and establishing a clear, structured pathway for young people with SEN beyond the ages of 16 and 18. No young person should be left behind, yet for many families, the transition from school is a time of deep uncertainty. Where do they go, what support they will receive, and what opportunities are available? And that is why I welcome the commitment to improving post-school protections and pathways. The Department of Education, the Department of the Economy, and the Department of Health and others will work together to ensure that young people with SEN have clear routes into training, education and, of course, employment. We must ensure that cross-departmental collaboration is not just a phrase, but a real working partnership that guarantees access to services, workforce planning and a skill estate that meets the actual needs of our young people. The commitment to streamlining the statutory assessment and review process is also welcome. We cannot continue with a system where families are waiting in limbo, facing delays and uncertainty over school placements. It is vital that the statutory timeframes are met and that schools and families have clarity at the earliest stage possible. I also welcome the phased approach to removing the supernumeracy status for children with statements of SEN. This, of course, must be done carefully and in a way that enhances the support available to young people. We also need to empower our schools. Too many teachers and support staff feel overwhelmed and under-equipped to meet the needs of children with SEN. And that is why we must invest in our educational workforce, ensuring they have the skills, training and resources to provide effective, evidence-based interventions within the school setting, reducing the need for external support where possible and ensuring needs are met at the earliest stage. And we cannot ignore the reality that some trust has been lost. Parents feel unheard, young people feel overlooked and teachers feel unsupported. But we are very serious about delivering real change. And we must start by improving communication, ensuring that young people and children with SEN, their families, their educators know what is happening, understand their rights and can trust the system designed to support them. This means clear, ongoing communication at every stage of the assessment and placement to transitions and long-term opportunities. It means listening to those with lived experience and ensuring their voices shape policy and delivery. We can get this right, and we will build a stronger, fairer and more effective system, one where children and young people with SEN are supported, empowered and given real opportunities for the future, which is an absolute priority of this party and our government. This programme for governance gives us the framework, and it's now our time to deliver. Thank you.
Conor Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is an important milestone for this mandate, the publication of a finalised programme for government, something that this Assembly and our public have not seen in 13 years. Cooperation and collaboration across our executive is the very least that those who voted for us and those who didn't should be able to expect. So with that being said, this is a milestone, but purely capturing words of ambition on a page cannot be our Assembly's end destination alone. We need to ensure continued progress and delivery. This document is not perfect by any means, but it is a foundation for progress, a foundation to build upon, to build homes, to build a workable healthcare system, to build our nature recovery, to build an increasingly improved education system, and to build safer communities. This document should certainly not be the ceiling of our ambitions. It's certainly not of the Alliance Party. This programme is rightly titled Doing What Matters Most, and for our communities to succeed, they need to be able to do that by feeling and being safe. Safe physically, safe to live as themselves without fear. That is the key to ensuring people can be fulfilled and reach their potential. The commitment across our executive to safer communities by including it as a core priority is incredibly welcome. And I wanted to take this opportunity to run through some of this and pull out two extremely pertinent points. Firstly, that the responsibility of building safer communities cannot fall to our Justice Minister alone. Our Justice Minister has shown throughout multiple mandates that with or without a programme for government, she will lead, do her part and deliver. Deliver on legislation to increase protections for those experiencing domestic abuse, deliver on doing all she can to tackle organised crime and paramilitarism, and doing her best to deliver for victims and the extremely hard-working people right across our criminal legal system who prop it up every day, all whilst being a historically underfunded department. Looking forward, now that we have this programme for government, we need to increase and stabilise our policing numbers. We need to deliver on domestic abuse and sexual abuse strategy. We need to ensure a trauma-informed welfare system, including legal aid availability, and we need to speed up justice so that those who are seeking it are not left waiting years without closure and the ability to move forward. This includes transformation and exploring solutions outside of the courtroom. These issues cut across health, education, the Executive Office, economy, and other agencies that I could go on. As the programme highlights, this is an all-hands-on-board effort. Which brings me on to my second point. Work on prevention and recognition of its importance is entirely vital for us to achieve many, if not all, of our goals we have set out on. Work on prevention is work to relieve pressure on the Justice Department in many years from now. Prevention means working to dismantle a cause or issue before it takes form. That is incredibly relevant for so many different areas of our work as an executive, whether embedding preventative healthcare to ensure people are healthier for longer, an accessible education system to ensure pupils' success and prevent a lacklustre economy, and preventative measures to shape culture and reduce crime and offending so people across our communities don't just feel safer but actually are safer.
I'm extremely proud to be my party's spokesperson on ending violence against women and girls and welcome the integral place that it has in this programme. Part of that is ensuring a justice system that recognises harm beyond physical violence and looking beyond the outworkings. We so often focus on what happens after someone has been hurt that we forget to look behind us and learn the lessons of how we could have stopped it from happening in the first place. Northern Ireland is still one of the most dangerous places to live as a woman in Western Europe, with 20 domestic homicides with a female victim since 2020. It's despicable, and I wish I could say it's unbelievable. You could speak to any community and voluntary organisation that spends time on the ground every day with both victims and offenders, and they will tell you actions rooted in prevention to shift our culture away from misogyny and into progression and equity is the way forward. Ending violence, both against women and girls, but also more broadly across our society, means everyone working together and staying together. That goes for so much of this. We need to get on with it now and do what is needed, including transforming our public services. Yes, I will give way.
Giving way, and I concur with her sentiment. Does she express any concern about the Communities Minister's comment earlier on where he went on the attack in gender ideology, seemingly sticking the boot into the trans community when asked a fair question about gender strategy? Does she have any concerns about those kind of comments in this chamber?
There's an extra minute.
Not only did I have concerns about those, but I think women's sector and our LGBTQ+ sector will have concerns about those, especially from the Minister that is responsible for social inclusion strategies. So I thank the member for his intervention. I think about my constituents in North Down, who I hear from every day. Like so many of all of yours, I'm sure, who want us to focus on bread and butter issues, like good quality housing, affordable food, fulfilling jobs, and an executive that will protect them from harm's way. This document is a roadmap and pathway, but is only the baseline of what we should be achieving, and I know the public will hold us to account on that. Alliance are all in on doing what is right, and we welcome this programme for government and look forward to delivering on it and more together.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been over 13 years since we have had the last programme for government published. I'm glad that we have finally have the opportunity to debate a finalised programme for government today, albeit it is a programme for the next 26 months and not a programme for government for 5 years as it should have been. I'm also glad to read the commitments that are included in this document, from an end to violence against women and girls, to the promise to address the childcare crisis, and to the commitment of the expansion in Magee. These are all things that I welcome and hope can be achieved. It would also be remiss of me not to acknowledge the mention of regional balance in the document. Its inclusion in this document marks a positive step in the right direction, and we must ensure that it is accompanied by the appropriate action. Several attempts have been made by governments here over recent decades to address regional imbalances in Northern Ireland, and yet disparities between regional economies continue to grow. The gaps of those that have and those who have not are getting bigger. The reasons for this are many, but the failure to close those gaps is rooted in the fact that the responsibility for addressing regional balance has always laid with the Department for the Economy. That can no longer be the case. The SDLP wants and needs legislation that helps address regional imbalances by mandating all of government to make deliberate and proactive interventions to support the left-behind places. This legislation will play a key role in supporting the interventions outlined in the programme for government that acting as an alternative to them. The lack of a commitment to legislation on this issue is really a missed opportunity. It is a missed opportunity in tackling poverty and supporting better health outcomes, including increasing life expectancy for those who live in areas that have been left behind. The SDLP is frustrated, as many members of the public might be, by the lack of time-bound and measurable targets within the document. When we debated the draft version of this document in October, the SDLP made clear that the successes of this document would be defined by its ability to generate real change to the lives of people, and that the lack of targets would only act as a barrier in doing so. Yet here we are, 6 months on, and the finalised version only has a small number of targets. The targets set also do not align with previous promises. In January, it was said that the childcare strategy would be brought to the Executive by autumn of this year. Yet in the programme for government, it states that a strategy will be in place by the end of the mandate. Parents and providers will be aghast at the lack of urgency and the lack of ambition. So which deadline is it? Which one are we meant to believe? Of course, I would question how the Executive plans to address the childcare crisis without setting a target for cutting childcare fees. I would also question how the Executive plans to build 5,850 new social homes whilst our wastewater infrastructure remains broken. Unfortunately, these are questions which have not been answered in this document. Not only is the success of this document limited by the lack of targets, it is set to be limited by the budget. We are at the midst of a very difficult financial situation, but this is made worse by the lack of alignment between the programme for government for government and the actual budget itself. In summary, the final version of the programme for government is disappointing. What it lacks is seriousness and urgency that is required. It also makes no mention of the elephant in the room, which, of course, is the instability of these institutions. The First and Deputy First Minister seem set on refusing to address this concern. But the truth is that without reform to stop one of the biggest parties pulling down these institutions, little else in this programme for government can be guaranteed. Our public services are in crisis, but the people out there are becoming increasingly frustrated by false promises and a lack of delivery. I worry that this final document will do little to calm these nerves. Someone just WhatsApp me there now and asked me, what's the biggest difference between the draft programme for government and the final programme for government? I said, well, there were 24 photographs in the draft programme for government and there are 64 photos in the final draft. The photos are all well and good and they're very nice, but the devil is in the detail. But I just want to finish this and I'll come back to you. But as I said previously, its success will be judged by the improvements it makes in the lives of the people we're all here to serve. So, go ahead.
Member not noticed that the final programme for government includes the targets and objectives that her party has been calling for.
An extra minute.
They're there.
Member, yes, I will acknowledge there are some targets there that were missing in the draft programme for government, but the very, very few targets.
Order, members.
Very, very few targets are actually in the programme for government. Surely our ambition is greater than the content of this programme for government. I would suggest your ambition for your constituency would be greater than is in here. Today is an important day, but tomorrow and the day after are actually more important. This Executive needs to deliver. Thank you.
Declan McAleer.
The Executive's programme for government rightly focused on economic growth, sustainability and regional balance. I welcome its publication as it outlines a framework for the future and one where our farmers and food producers should remain and must remain central to these ambitions. Our rural economy depends on agriculture, which supports thousands of jobs, from family farms to food processors and supply chains. The programme for government recognises the importance of regional economic development, but recent inheritance tax announcements from the British government highlight ongoing inequalities. While tax cuts benefit the wealthiest in Britain, farming families here face an unfair burden when passing land to the next generation. These inequalities must be addressed to create a thriving agricultural sector here. To support farmers, investment in rural businesses, agri-tech, innovation and infrastructure must be a priority. Investment in broadband, transport links and energy security is also essential to ensure rural communities remain connected and resilient amid global challenges. Brexit has created uncertainty for our family farms, and the removal of a ring-fenced budget for agriculture and rural affairs has deepened this instability. One of our most vital industries now faces a lack of financial security, making it difficult for farmers to plan ahead. We cannot allow agriculture to become a casualty of poor decisions, which in many cases, like the inheritance tax and Brexit, are actually in opposition to the wishes of people here. The programme for government must work to ensure this sector is given the stability it needs. We must also address the ongoing challenge of bovine TB. Farmers have been waiting for too long for a comprehensive strategy that balances disease control, animal welfare and economic sustainability. The programme for government commits to prioritising eradication policies. We urgently need to see meaningful action. Sinn Féin is seriously concerned about the lack of progress on a new rural policy. Rural communities and services have suffered greatly through lack of investment since we were forced to leave the EU Rural Development Programme. We heard at first hand recently the impact of this is having when the ERA Committee held our meeting with rural stakeholders in Loughry College in Cookstown. I'll take this opportunity today to call on the DAERA Minister to engage with executive colleagues, rural communities and stakeholders to bring forward a replacement rural development programme at the earliest opportunity. The programme of government also recognised the importance of environmental stability, and I welcome the fact that Lough Neagh is listed as a key priority. And I say farmers play a critical role in helping the North meet its environment and climate targets. There must be strong partnership with farmers and backed by practical investment. This means supporting sustainable farming to strengthen food security, protect the environment and maintain soil health. Farmers need better incentives for carbon sequestration and biodiversity initiatives, along with targeted funding to help them transition to sustainable practices without compromising food production. Clear and fair policies on ammonia controls are also crucial, allowing farmers to upgrade or replace infrastructure while maintaining competitive agricultural sector. Our agri-food sector is world class, yet food producers face rising input costs, supply chain disruptions and changing market demands. The Agri-Food Investment Initiative is a step in the right direction, offering support to innovate, boost productivity and reduce carbon emissions. However, funding must be accessible, practical and tailored to the real needs of producers. A significant success is the achievement of the All-Island PGI status for grass-fed cattle. This designation, like Parma ham for example, enhances the reputation of our beef, strengthens market opportunities and boosts consumer confidence in its quality and traceability. The programme of government also commits to a just transition for agriculture and the establishment of a just transition fund. Rural communities cannot be left behind, and the transition to a greener economy, just transition, must deliver benefits to farmers and rural areas, ensuring they are supported through this transformation. In conclusion, the programme for government lays a foundation for agriculture, environment and rural affairs. We need action and a commitment to real sustainable change for our farmers, rural communities and the environment. Now is the time for a clear, practical approach to secure the future of our rural communities.
Call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairman of the Committee for Justice in this debate and on the programme for government, and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Committee took oral evidence from the Department of Justice officials on the draft PFG on the 10th of October last year. While the Department will be required to work towards the achievement of a number of the priorities, it will obviously play a major role in leading the Safer Communities priority. This priority encompasses a range of important actions, including embedding trauma-informed responsive systems, a speeding up justice programme, digital transformation across criminal justice organisations, developing a cross-governmental strategy to reduce offending and reoffending, and implementing the strategic framework for youth justice. The PFG recognises the importance of ensuring adequate resources within justice agencies to respond to and deal with crime, including increasing the number of police officers, having the necessary prosecution resources and scope within the courts and probation board to process cases, and capacity in prisons to hold people safely and support rehabilitation. Adequate resourcing will be essential to deliver on the proposed actions within this priority. Members will be aware that the PSNI currently has 6,300 officers, the lowest number in its history, and the Chief Constable has advised of his concern that policing was not given more focus in the draft PFG. The Committee was pleased to note that the business case to increase the number of officers and staff over a 3-year period was recently approved by the Department and submitted to the Minister of Finance. This is expected to cost £206 million over 5 years, and it's important that it is fully funded and the PSNI provided with the resources it needs to keep our community safe. But we must also bear in mind the time it will take to get the service back to adequate numbers of police officers. The PFG includes a commitment to work collectively to develop a cross-governmental strategy to reduce offending and reoffending. The need for collaborative working is something that has been recognised by this committee and by its predecessors. The Probation Board recently pointed out, for example, that many of the factors that contribute to reducing reoffending are actually outside the scope of the justice system, particularly with regard to accommodation, drug and alcohol addiction treatment and mental health support systems. A cross-departmental approach to health and social care issues could prevent individuals from offending in the first place, or will provide better outcomes for those who do enter the justice system. The inclusion of this particular aim in the PFG is therefore to be welcomed, and the committee will be keen to monitor progress in this regard. Specific reference is made to the justice system in the reform and transformation priority, with attention drawn to the length of time taken for a case to progress through the criminal justice system, the increase in the prison population, and, as I've stated, the number of police officers being at an all-time low. 3 of the department's transformation bids are still under consideration by the Interim Public Sector Transformation Board, which are clearly linked to the specific outcomes mentioned in the PFG. The success of these transformation bids will be critical to reforming practices and introducing initiatives aimed at making improvements on these issues. Justice will also be a key partner in the delivery of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls priority. An important element of this will be the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy, which is jointly led by the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health. The PFG also aims to introduce better access and support for victims and survivors in the criminal justice system, and more ways to hold perpetrators to account, preventing further harm and building confidence in the justice system. Given the inclusion of a priority to end violence against women and girls in this PFG and the clear relevance to the justice sector, it is somewhat disappointing that the Department's transformation bid on reducing harm from domestic and sexual abuse and violence against women and girls has not been progressed. This aimed to bring forward an integrated package of measures and approaches to enhance protections and transform outcomes, and would have contributed significantly to the achievement of this PFG priority. Finally, in my capacity as Chairman of the APG on terminal illness, I'm very grateful to see the Executive's commitment to all stages of life, and the particular mention of its cross-departmental commitment to ensure better support for those coping with death, dying and bereavement in this PFG. This is extremely welcome after a long and meaningful campaign for its inclusion, and is a significant and important issue for all our society, particularly in these times of complex grief, but also because death and bereavement come to us all. So while it is not a KPI, I do look forward to working with the members and stakeholders of the APG, as well as ministers, to see how we can both move towards the destigmatisation of the subject and bring these pledges to bear practically for the benefit of our citizens. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sean Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. It's with mixed feelings, I suppose, that I welcome the publication of this programme for government. I think that it is bittersweet that we've had to wait this long, but I do hope that this stands as a foundation for the delivery that the public deserve, especially if all departments see this as a baseline and a foundation to work from, rather than the ceiling of their ambition. Firstly, I want to commend the clear commitments made around decarbonisation, sustainable agriculture and the urgent need to restore and protect our natural environment. These are essential pillars of our future, and I want to particularly recognise the work of Minister Muir, who is already leading the way within DAERA through that sustainable agricultural programme that he has led on, a programme that aims to bolster the agri-sector's economic viability while addressing the key environmental challenges. Mr Deputy Speaker, as this PFG rightly highlights, Northern Ireland needs an economic transformation that embraces the opportunity of green growth, and I think it's really important that we've seen it in there.
Crucially, we cannot achieve that without meaningful support for our agricultural sector, which is why the Farming Carbon Scheme, the Carbon Footprint Printing Programme and the Beef Carbon Reduction Scheme are so important. These are practical tools designed to help farmers become and stay climate leaders while maintaining the production of high quality and world-class food for local and global markets. It's another way to bust that myth that it has to be either farming or the environment, when in actual fact our farmers are so often custodians of the countryside, and I hope the Minister can continue to support those farmers who see the protection and nurturing of our environment as such a massive part of their role. But ambition needs certainty, and that's why the ring fencing of the agricultural budget in Northern Ireland, something Minister Muir has secured, unlike in other parts of the UK, is so vital, and we need to see that sustained. That financial commitment can give farmers the stability they need to plan, invest and drive forward sustainable change when there are so many other factors that are impinging on their certainty. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to welcome the recognition given to the economic importance of our agri-food and fishery sectors. Those sectors do so much more than contribute to the economy. Our farmers, fishers and food producers keep us going. They provide the food we rely on, and they've built a reputation of quality that Northern Ireland should be really proud of. That value can't be measured in pounds and pence. It's about people, place and pride. I'm also pleased to see continued support for fisheries through the Marine Environment and Fisheries Fund, ensuring our coastal communities have the resources they need to adapt and thrive in the face of climate and economic change, none more so than my own constituency. Of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, we can't talk about environmental and agricultural challenges without addressing Lough Neagh. The unprecedented crisis that we saw at the Lough in the last 2 years did shine an international spotlight in Northern Ireland for, sadly, the wrong reasons. This was and remains one of the most significant environmental disasters we have faced in a generation, and I welcome the Executive's eventual commitment to delivering the Lough Neagh Action Plan. But delivery must mean action and accountability. We need clear mechanisms in place to track and report progress on nutrient management, septic tank regulation and pollution enforcement. They go hand in hand. But let's be honest, Lough Neagh is not just a DAERA issue. It's a public health emergency, it's an economic risk and an environmental catastrophe all rolled into one. It affects our drinking water, tourism, agriculture and infrastructure, meaning the response simply cannot sit solely within one single department. It needs joined up cross-departmental action from infrastructure, economy, health and beyond. We must build those real partnerships with the communities, farmers, environmental groups and councils around the Lough. And let's be clear, this isn't about blame, it's about creating the conditions for everyone to work together to restore the Lough and protect it for future generations. So whilst there is so much to welcome in the PFG, I can't avoid raising my disappointment in how poverty has been handled as the Poverty and Social Security spokesperson for the Alliance Party. It is welcome that the Programme for Government gives greater attention to poverty, but it still is deeply regrettable that it has not been made a central driving priority for this Executive. Poverty permeates every vein of government, from health, education, housing to employment, from our children's futures to the ability of families to heat their homes or put food on the table. Every department, every policy, every budget decision should be seen through the lives of: does this lift people out of poverty or does it risk pushing them further into it? The Programme for Government rightly acknowledges the need for a cross-departmental approach, but without naming poverty as a core priority, we risk seeing it slip once again into the background. And for too long, Northern Ireland has relied on temporary mitigations rather than tackling the structural causes of poverty head-on. So I just feel that the Programme for Government was a real opportunity to embed anti-poverty action at the very blood, at the very heart of government, but sadly that hasn't been fully seized. Alongside that, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the Chair of the All-Party Group on the Arts, I just need to express a bit of disappointment at the lack of meaningful attention to the arts and cultural sector within the Programme for Government. There's no mention of it at all. The passing reference to the culture strategy feels like lip service, a bit of an afterthought, rather than recognition of our amazing creative industries that they so rightly deserved. The arts sector is not just an add-on to our to our economy. It enriches lives, supports mental health, drives tourism, creates jobs and helps us tell our story to the entire world. The arts sector in Northern Ireland punches well above its weight, as we've seen at recent award ceremonies, so I just wish the Executive would have put their weight behind that too. I do believe it's a bit of a missed opportunity. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, while I welcome the programme for government and particularly the work led by my colleagues, Minister Muir and Minister Long, I have to stress that poverty in the arts should not be seen as those side issues. But hopefully this programme for government sets out a greener, more sustainable future, and I hope as an Assembly and as an Executive that we can go further and work together to ensure the future isn't just, I suppose, green, but also inclusive and culturally rich for everyone in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Emma Sheeran.
Concordia. I rise this afternoon to welcome the publication of the programme for government, which I think is an important step, and as has been outlaid by others, obviously this is a compromise and we're in the context of a cross-party executive, but I think it's very promising to see that parties have worked together to produce this and laid out the priorities that we all want to see delivered for the people that we represent. Obviously, looking at this from an economic perspective, we can see very clearly laid out in the document the fact that economic prosperity in the North has not always been felt by everybody, and I welcome the fact that regional imbalance has been tackled, and that work has already been underway and is something that they want to address in terms of the department, ensuring that all areas of the North receive a fair bite of the cherry, and that all of our communities can benefit from good jobs and investment, and we can see that work starting already through Invest NI. I think the reference in the programme for government to the employment bill that's coming forward, we know that the department have already consulted on that, is welcome, and we had a presentation last week in the Economy Committee from our trade unions, who laid out very clearly that providing people with better working conditions, with a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, and with better access to rights and better working conditions is not only the right thing to do, but it also leads to greater productivity. A happier workforce is a more productive workforce, and that's something that I believe is common sense, and it will be borne out that when we see progress in that bill, that we will have better prosperity across the North. So I welcome the programme for government. I think this is a really positive step, and I think it's great to see all the parties in the executive working together to deliver for all the people that we represent, and welcome progress on all of the objectives within Gormina Maigov.
Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will focus my remarks today simply on the health section of the programme for government. And as a DUP MLA who campaigned on the issue of waiting lists and reducing those waiting lists in the election, I am glad to see this as one of the central tenets of the programme for government. The Health Minister often describes health as a really personal issue, and he's right. It is the most real and personal issue that our constituents experience. And waiting lists and the length of them are a terrible burden on so many of our constituents. Now, we also must acknowledge that when we complain about waiting lists, there are amazing people in our health service who do amazing work, but they are frustrated by the limitations of their position, by the limitations of what they can deliver, and most importantly, they are really frustrated by the really detrimental impact on their patients. Just recently, I received a letter from the Chief Executive of the Western Trust. That letter confirmed that the average waiting time for a routine hip replacement was in the region of 9 years. That is 9 years of deterioration and pain. On the same week, I was speaking to a GP who spoke of a patient with a potential cancer diagnosis. That patient was referred by their GP in February, start of February, and was told that it would be April before they could be called for an appointment with a consultant. And I ask this House just to imagine the fear, the anxiety for that person who has to wait that length of time for a consultation. Ultimately, that patient had to gather together some money and make a private appointment. And therein lies the two particular problems with waiting lists in our society. And these are the real life problems that our constituents face. Waits for life-improving issues such as hips and knees, and waits for life-saving cancer care. And waits on elective care, waits on emergency interventions. Now, we all know there are around about 500,000 of us waiting for a first-time consultation in Northern Ireland. And the department really must be honest with us all and say that it has never actually met a cancer target in Northern Ireland since it put those cancer targets in place. That's not something that any of us in this chamber should be very proud of. So I welcome the priority and the targets in the programme for government on this very, very important issue. The ambition to invest a further £135 million to reduce waiting lists and a further £80 million on elective care capacity is welcome. But it will require the department to step forward with coherent plans in order to do this. Otherwise, we will still continue with the same vicious circle within those waiting lists. And we cannot tackle waiting lists without sorting out social care. And we've just experienced January and all the furore about the issue of people waiting in beds who are able to go home but cannot because of the lack of care packages or appropriate placements. So if we don't sort out social care, we can't sort out waiting lists because we won't have the capacity in our hospitals. Last October, Professor Bengoa told us that without reform, the health budget would soon take up 100% of the block grant that comes to Northern Ireland. It currently has about 52%. That's just not sustainable. And we are sitting in a situation where we have the worst waiting lists in the United Kingdom with the most expensive per capita costs. So I also want to put on record today that the department needs to take more control of its spending. And over the last year, I have been dragging information out of the department and the Belfast Trust around the new maternity hospital, the proposed new children's build, and just last week was hearing further disturbing commentary about the new acute mental health building and the amount of repairs and structural damage that has been done in that building. More money on remedial repairs means less ability to deliver on waiting lists and for our constituents. And it's impossible to sort it out if we won't sort out the issues of investment in our health estate. And that means that those who live in the northwest will still be without a new ED in Altnagelvin. My constituents in Upper Bann will see no required investment in the Craigavon site, and we still have no mother and baby unit, despite it being an executive priority. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Health Service's greatest assets is its staff, those who work in a broken system trying to deliver the best that they can for patients. And we are now, I think, on about 10 years of trying to get together a workforce strategy for the Health Service. And I don't know what that says about the workforce in the department. I'm told that it may appear in 25, possibly 26, when we could look forward to having optimum numbers within the workforce. But delivering on a workforce strategy will be core to delivering on the issue of waiting lists. Mr. Speaker, the commitments in the programme for government are good. And they are something that I think that this House should welcome. We want to see waiting lists reduced. But it's not a simple problem. And we must address the plethora of other issues that surround that issue in order to successfully deliver. I know, as the DUP Health spokesperson, I will support a reasonable plan to do all of these things. But we need to see that plan from the Health Minister.
Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, my comments today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are around my disappointment of something that doesn't get one direct mention in the programme for government. Belfast Lough should be a jewel in the crown of what Northern Ireland has to offer visitors and residents alike in terms of a recreational and leisure facility. But what is the reality? The harbour area around the popular public Titanic Quarter is out of bounds for events like triathlons that require sporting use of the water due to pollution levels. I've been receiving reports of leisure sailors using the waters off the coast at Hollywood developing serious infections across their ears, eyes, throat and gut due simply to exposure to polluted sea spray. Back in November, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I asked Minister Muir a question and I said, will the Minister agree with the assertion of a whistleblower who said to me that Belfast Lough has the potential to become the new Lough Neagh in the next 10 years? The Minister's reply was, it is my strong view that if investment is not made quickly in wastewater infrastructure affecting Belfast Lough, I feel that sadly we are on course for seeing Belfast Lough become our next Lough Neagh with serious and substantial water quality breakdown. Just last week, in a supplementary question, I asked him about the pollution still being provided by statutory and government agencies, sewage pollution in waterways, and his reply, part of his reply was, I'm surprised that there is not more outrage about it because water quality is being affected. People need to step up and sort out their operations because as far as I'm concerned, it is not acceptable. Yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not one mention of Belfast Lough in the programme for government. The level of unacceptable pollution is moving. Sorry, I wanted to make way. The level of unacceptable pollution is moving steadily down the Lough, starting with the already heavily polluted waters in the harbour area. It's having an adverse effect on the mussel farming industry in the Lough. It is already a disaster, but it's heading for a greater crisis that will eventually replicate Lough Neagh. But again, no mention in the programme for government. A number of wastewater treatment works and pumping stations in the Greater Belfast area were scheduled for urgent upgrades to make them compliant by 2027 and to stop them contributing to the pollution in the Lough. But what has happened? The upgrades have been mothballed due to the lack of funding. Why has the Executive chosen to bury their head in the sand in regard to this crisis? A recent document was published called Story of Belfast Lough. Given the absence of any action plan coming from the Executive, perhaps it should now be renamed An Obituary of Belfast Lough. I understand the budget constraints been faced by the Executive, but there is a solution to this problem, and that solution is a policy of my party, and that is to grant mutualisation status to Northern Ireland Water. It would open up many funding opportunities for Northern Ireland Water. It is beyond time when this solution should be getting actively considered. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Gemma Doran.
The publication of the Executive's Programme for Government is a positive step that sets out clear priorities and commitments which will improve the lives of workers, families and communities here. Many of the challenges we face are cross-cutting in nature and require a collaborative approach, which means locally elected representatives working together and putting the interests of our people first, following 15 years of austerity measures from the British Government that have starved our public services of the resources they need. Investing in vital infrastructure which provides people with what matters most is a key part of this programme for government, with a focus on reducing childcare costs which enable parents to either remain or rejoin the workforce, improving people's health and well-being by cutting waiting lists, providing affordable homes for people and taking measures to protect our environment. Addressing a legacy of regional imbalance through a commitment to work with local councils and other partners to deliver a sub-regional economic action plan is another welcome aspect of the programme of government. The delivery of city and growth deals, such as the Mid-South West in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, is evidence of the type of investment that is needed for economic development. However, I also recognise that the ability of the Executive to deliver the public services our citizens deserve continues to be constrained by decisions made in Britain, as shown by the upcoming rise in national insurance contributions. A decision by the British Treasury which has not only put added pressure on public services, but also the community and voluntary sector and our local small and medium-sized businesses. Going forward, we need to see the maximum devolution of fiscal powers to the north, which provides us with more levers to use to develop the local economy, and I support the work of the Finance Minister in his negotiations with the Treasury to ensure we are funded at our level of need. While this programme for government is therefore welcome progress for the North, the ability to address the challenges our public sector and our local economy faces remains restricted by the artificial barriers created by partition, which limits us from unlocking our full potential. Constitutional change offers us the opportunity to build something new, will provide us with full control of our own affairs and enable us to address how we can deliver better public services and build an economy which meets the needs of every one of our citizens. Gura Mailgan.
Brian Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as a DUP member of the Committee for the Executive Office and of the Committee for Communities, and I warmly welcome the publication of the programme for government. I want to acknowledge the work which has gone into this across the four-party executive, and I particularly add my thanks to all those who submitted responses to the draft programme during the consultation period. As others have said, the PFG is not an encyclopedia of every action, new legislation and ongoing provision that will be undertaken by every department during the remainder of this Assembly mandate. Rather, it sets out key priorities that will be expedited during those years up to 2027. The programme retains the 9 priorities set out in the draft, along with the 3 missions on people, planet and prosperity, and the cross-cutting commitment to peace. Underpinning these, the Executive has previously adopted an outcomes-based accountability approach in order to evaluate government actions which are assessed against 9 defined outcomes and linked to 10 strategic domains of well-being. This involves asking the simple questions: how much did we do? How well did we do it? And is anyone better off? Critically, the final programme for government, as I pointed out to the member for Foyle, adds targets and annual objectives at which the public can judge progress made during this Assembly term. This increases accountability of the Executive as a whole and of individual ministers, along with their officials and arm's-length bodies, to this Assembly and to the public. Our Assembly statutory committees play a key role in that accountability through scrutiny and challenge, through seeking detailed information and by engaging with relevant groups to garner their specialist knowledge and lived experience. The DUP believes strongly that this Assembly must be judged on delivery. We will continue to push all ministers and all departments for delivery against the commitments and targets in this programme for government. While specific department, I'll give way briefly, yes.
I'd like to thank the member for his comments so far, and particularly about how the programme for government, in his words, allows us to hold ministers and departments to account for their actions. But would you not agree with me that in fact this programme for government is the baseline, and that the height of ambition should be for departments and ministers to go way above all of that which is set out in the programme for government. It simply sets a baseline, and it certainly should not set the ambition for departments.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. And I agree with the member. It should not be a restriction on ambition or what can be delivered. And in many cases, it does say at least, and it's set minimum standards. And it is right that we have those standards, and that we deliver those, and where possible, go beyond them. So he's right to make that point. So while specific departments and ministers are tasked to take the lead on various new strategies, many of these are devised on a cross-departmental basis, with action points identified and agreed across all departments. And when launched, such strategies are branded rightly in the name of the Northern Ireland Executive as a whole. Indeed, I would perhaps cautiously suggest that there is actually an increased element of cross-departmental working during this Assembly mandate, in the interest of delivery, though there's always room for improvement. In terms of the Executive Office, we welcome the launch of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy last year, along with an associated cross-departmental delivery plan. This includes a change fund and challenge fund to support initiatives at community level to challenge wrong attitudes and promote positive attitudes. The Communities Minister has published the Housing Supply Strategy, also branded as an overall executive strategy, with actions for different departments and ministers. This programme for government includes, as one of its priorities, providing more social, affordable and sustainable housing. Over the course of this mandate, from 2022 to 27, the Communities Minister commits that DFC will have started work on at least 5,850 new-build social homes. And over the coming year, the Communities Minister has committed to deliver 847 shared ownership homes, with that number forecast to increase to 1,900 shared ownership homes by the end of this mandate in March 2027. Also to launch the Loan to Acquire Move On accommodation fund of £10 million, helping homeless charities purchase properties as a route into housing. And this year to publish an executive-agreed fuel poverty strategy to support those struggling with the cost of living. The Communities Minister is also committed to bringing forward an intermediate rent operator, which will also increase access to affordable homes. So I strongly welcome that reform and transformation of our public services is retained as a priority in the final programme for government. The DUP will continue to push for efficiency and effectiveness in our public services, and to challenge where savings can be made, particularly where there has been a rationalisation of public bodies. Getting on with the job and delivery for the people of Northern Ireland should be our focus and our measure of success. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on the programme for government in my role as the Alliance Party Health spokesperson. It's important to begin by welcoming the publication and agreement of this programme for government, outlining the Executive's priorities for the remainder of this mandate. Of course, this should have been agreed and published in 2022, within months of the most recent Assembly election, but as we all know, the Assembly was prevented from functioning until February 2024. I can appreciate that any government which involves multiple parties will take time to negotiate their programmes for government, but in the South, it took the two parties and associated independents 2 months to publish their programme for government, and a more reasonable time frame than 3 years. The solution here is reform. We must reform these institutions so that the Assembly and the Executive can properly function without interruption for 5 years. And if we don't do this, this cycle of dysfunction will continue. So we welcome the programme for government, and specifically I welcome the commitments within it to act on cutting health service waiting times as one of the 9 main priorities. Over recent winters, we have witnessed firsthand the unprecedented pressures on our hospitals, staff and ambulances, with patients waiting outside hospitals in ambulances or in overcrowded A&E departments, or lying in corridor beds on wards for several days or even longer. I have witnessed these pressures myself when working as a nurse, and I can say that things have significantly worsened during the years since I started working in the profession. I'm encouraged by the inclusion of addressing waiting lists within the programme for government, particularly the £76 million investment approved for 24-25, and the focus on supporting those on cancer and time-critical waiting lists. The programme for government rightly states that current funding is not enough. That is true, and as I have said in previous debates, I understand the Minister's frustration with this lack of funding. But it should not be forgotten that health gets over 50% of the entire budget. The Minister's plan to shift left must result in investment in primary care to stabilise GP practices, community pharmacies and other service providers. We must take decisions in which will deliver genuine reform and transformation, which will save money in the long term. HSC transformation, including hospital reconfiguration, as outlined and based on the Bengoa principles, will deliver better outcomes for patients in Northern Ireland and reduce waiting lists. But this requires all parties to back it, rather than supporting it in principle and then opposing it in the moment a difficult issue arises in their constituency. It also requires political stability, required to deliver multi-year budgets, another reason why institutional reform of this Assembly and Executive is desperately needed. It has been said that the Assembly is as stable today as it was the day before the last collapse. To reform the health service and improve delivery of healthcare in Northern Ireland, we need stability in our political institutions. All executive departments are under huge pressures and should take steps to use existing resources as efficiently as possible. There are some ways the Minister of Health could do this, for example by focusing on prevention so fewer people need to be on waiting lists in the first place, moving towards a single system approach that can more effectively arrange and deliver services which are specialised within a smaller number of locations, a greater use of surgical hubs and other similar organisations, thus ensuring proper governance and arrangements for all aspects of spending. We have seen examples of trusts signing care home contracts worth over £600 million per year without the normal procurement processes. I would encourage the Minister to focus his attention on practical ways to ensure the service his department provides are more efficiently managed and delivered while maintaining the highest standards of service that our constituents deserve. This also reflects on the need for action on social care reform, which has been referenced previously. We can only improve outcomes for patients who rely on social care through fundamental reform and transformation of key services. This will bring practical benefits, improving the flow through hospitals and releasing some of the pressures on areas within hospital settings, including on the staff, their time, beds available and all the associated costs. This would therefore play a key role in reducing waiting times and waiting lists. And while the programme for government does not provide more detail on reform and transformation, a timeline for these actions to be taken should come within this mandate. There are other examples of strategic projects that could improve outcomes and save money that do not seem to be being prioritised. They include the new care homes contract and the development of Northern Ireland Ambulance Service mental health practitioners, to give two examples. As the programme for government states, the journey of reform must continue. There are some useful guidance points around investments in workforce, delivering digital capability and innovation, and most significantly, taking the difficult decisions about reconfiguration. But from some of the parties within this chamber, we sadly haven't seen that reflected in reality. There are some important individual actions in reference to mental health, for example. In the People's section, in respect to the overlap between economic deprivation and poor mental health, and the importance of sport and exercise to maximise community well-being and mental health. We need to support mental health services, including the full implementation of the Mental Health Strategy 2021 to 2031. Mental health should be prioritised on exactly the same basis as physical health. To conclude, Mr Speaker, it is important to welcome this programme for government as a direction of travel and have all parties working together on it. And it should be highlighted that just because something is not in the programme for government, it does not mean that it will not happen. This is the baseline, not the height of our ambitions for delivery. Hopefully, this is the first of many programmes for government on an ongoing regular basis, given the huge gaps since the previous one, due to 2 Assembly suspensions and a pandemic. But I hope we will be back here discussing the next programme for government shortly after the 2027 Assembly election. From a health perspective, I welcome the focus on reducing the waiting lists, and I hope to see further details and plans, along with a wider approach to all aspects of physical and mental health to stabilise and improve the health service we all depend on. Thank you.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And in a spirit of kindness to the Executive, who constantly accuse the Opposition of lacking positivity, let me offer them a well done. Well done for doing just about enough to fulfil the absolute minimum expectation of any government and finally agreeing a programme for government. But let's be clear, it's not implemented. It's not fully funded. It doesn't even have clear accountability mechanisms or targets. But yes, you've agreed a document. I'm going to focus my remarks today on the details, or lack thereof, regarding the health commitments in this programme for government. And as we all know, Northern Ireland's health service is in a state of crisis. Years of neglect, inadequate transformation of public services, and a failure to address growing waiting lists and the deepening problems within our system have brought us to this point. What a claim we have to make that we have the worst waiting times in all of Europe. And given this, one would have thought that health would be the defining priority for the Executive in their first programme for government to implement since 2011. It was certainly a strong election promise. Anyone remember the extra £1 billion that were being promised? So what does this document tell us? Well, it gives us a vague overview of the problem. It's sprinkled with buzzwords like closing the gap and reconfiguration. Over 3 years to give us an overview of what is already being done. It mentions investing in primary, community and social care, but with no finance, no action, no plan to help those sectors. And it lays out a target for 2027 with the hope of investing £135 million a year, treating an additional 70,000 patients a year and spending an extra £80 million annually on elective care. But seriously, is this the best? That isn't the plan. It's a collection of empty promises and fluffy language designed to pacify the public who are dying on waiting lists and dying while ambulances remain stuck outside emergency departments. Last year, 76 million funded 263,000 assessments, treatments and diagnostics. This document states that this year the Executive will invest the same money and deliver 250,000 assessments, treatments and diagnostics. And with a flat cash budget for next year, there is no prospect of these fortunes being reversed. The £135 million target has already been missed, and quite significantly at that. And what we're actually saying is that this year we did less than last year, and we'll probably do less than next year. Is this really a plan? Is this the ambition that you're happy to go out to your constituents and say that this is how you will sort out our health service? Is this the most exciting thing that you can go out and tell the people here that you will address this for them? And what about mental health? We have a mental health strategy that was costed at £1.2 billion over 10 years. This year, the department was meant to allocate £62 million. Guess what? It hasn't been allocated. Yet the programme for government said the agreed programme says the Executive will work with the community and voluntary sector to address mental health. Again, are you serious? You've just slashed the core funding, and the groups that are hardest hit are those that are supporting people with acute mental health needs. Deputy Speaker, the Health Minister has repeatedly told us that he doesn't have enough money to achieve health outcomes or to resolve pay disputes with staff. He even voted against his own budget. Yet here we are with an agreed programme for government that offers no substantial financial commitments or arrangements, no plan for the staffing in the service, and no vision for transforming our health service. This document, insultingly subtitled Doing What Matters Most, even has the audacity to say this, and I'll quote from it. With the pressures on public finances and the available health budget, the pace and impact of reform and access to additional capacity will continue to be negatively impacted for longer than any of us would like. If this is truly doing what matters the most, then I cannot imagine what this executive, with no ambition, no accountability and no regard for the public, could possibly consider as doing what matters least. This is a government that has set the bar in terms of health so low that they are already guaranteed to miss their own targets. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, if this is the best that the executive can offer, then I fear the only thing that is more broken than our health service is the executive's ambition. And the only thing that is growing more than our waiting lists is the executive's complete disregard for the people that they are meant to serve. Thank you.
Cathal Boylan.
Can I begin by thanking the First and Deputy First Minister for coming to the Assembly today with this programme for government. Notably, this programme for government clearly highlights the importance and value of having locally elected ministers in place, doing all they can under a very challenging financial circumstance to deliver for workers, families and communities. When we look at this PFG and its overarching aim of doing what matters most, it is clear that we need to do what we can to protect people and public services from the austerity of the last 15 years forced on us by the British Government. This is no more evident than when we look at our wastewater infrastructure and the work that needs to be done in this area. Years of underinvestment is showing, and I am therefore glad to see commitments within the PFG on wastewater infrastructure investment, plans for managing our water and for delivering improved environmental outcomes. As has been set out by the Infrastructure Minister and her predecessor in the past, addressing issues around wastewater infrastructure and capacity will require support from the entire Executive. Progress on this issue will be a key component of house building and enhancing the economy. Lastgan Collier, we are all aware that since the reform of planning in 2015, issues remain and there is more to be done to improve the system. So therefore, I welcome that the continuation of the planning improvement programme with local government and other stakeholders is committed to in the PFG, and I share the Executive's goal to make our planning system work for businesses, people and the environment, and I look forward to continuing to work with the Minister for Infrastructure on this matter. As we continue to work to achieve our climate change targets, it is clearer than ever that an improved public transport network will be instrumental in decarbonisation. It is therefore imperative that we create the opportunities for people in every community across the North to be able to access reliable public transport across roads, buses and rail. We must see construction begin on the AM5 Western Transport Corridor and progress on the recommendations of the All-Ireland Rail Review. It is important to recognise the commitment within the PFG to invest $26 billion of public funding in the next decade, and I look forward to seeing more detail on this in the upcoming investment strategy. So, Lastgan Collier, this PFG is a positive step forward for the North, but our ambition and the potential for the North is much greater than that. Sinn Féin looks forward to playing its part in delivering for workers, families and communities to improve their lives and their livelihoods.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the programme for government. As imperfect as it is the first PFG since 2011, and that is worth acknowledging. As a positive for Northern Ireland, a positive for these power-sharing institutions, and a positive for this executive. Not a single member of my party will stand up today and gush or oversell this document to the people of Northern Ireland. This document does not include everything Alliance would want to see, but we have made our mark in it, and our ministers, along with every other executive minister, will have scope to go further and deliver more than the specific priorities identified in this publication. And the influence Alliance has had on shaping these executive priorities extends beyond our own two ministries. For example, we are pleased that the DUP has followed Alliance's lead in dropping the failed free hours model for childcare and adopted our policy for a subsidy scheme. This scheme has made a positive impact, but it must now be bolstered, uplifted to meet increased costs, and expanded beyond preschool as part of a wider package which includes placing early years on a statutory footing and a comprehensive early learning and childcare strategy. Investing in affordable childcare is also an important anti-poverty tool. And whilst we acknowledge and are frustrated that tackling poverty has not been given the prominence it deserves in the final document, we know expanding investment in childcare and early intervention, along with initiatives that address the cost of participation in formal education, can play a role in easing some of the outworkings of poverty on low-income families. For example, later today we will debate and welcome the second stage of the School Uniforms Bill, a bill introduced by the Education Minister to address school uniform costs, which includes a move towards a cost cap as per our own party policy. This illustrates again how ministers can and are going further than the boundaries of these 100-odd pages to bring forward legislation and tackle disadvantage. The inclusion of better support for children and young people with special educational needs is something I expect every member in this House to welcome, so pressing is the need in this space. Our SEND children are not a burden. They are individuals just like every one of us in this chamber, and individuals with needs and ambitions, but they have been failed. And this has left a huge need to be addressed. So inclusion of a dedicated section of our PFG focused on these inspiring, valued and integral members of our education community is something we should all recognise as important. Delivering for them will be a test of our ability to work together across departments. We have to start using the Children's Services Cooperation Act. Delivering transformation requires the Department of Health and Economy to work with the Minister of Education to implement the published SEND reform agenda and a delivery plan. Economy and education must link to provide post-16 and post-19 learning and career options. I want to pay tribute at this point to our SEND parents who fight every day for their children, and they shouldn't have to fight. They shouldn't have to make a name for themselves in the public eye to get recognitions in documents like this, to ensure their children can access the educational opportunities and outcomes that will enable them to fulfil their potential. But Alma White, Mum to Caleb, has done just that. The words post-19 may seem small, but their inclusion creates great expectation that we will deliver for these young people, and I know Alma will hold every one of us to account on this. In health, data sharing and embedding allied health professionals in local impact teams, along with protecting nursing provision in our special schools where it is needed, must be a priority. And I will use this platform again today to echo the call of so many members across this House to protect and in fact reinstate nursing provision that has already been removed without adequate explanation from 2 of our special schools. We cannot be comfortable with classroom assistants being responsible for skilled medical interventions on our most vulnerable children. A cross-departmental approach to SEND transformation must deliver an inclusive vision for the future, clearly define the purpose of SEND education and address the workforce crisis. There must also be more emphasis on early intervention to identify and tailor support so we can start to address problems before they develop and become more complex. And as I said at the start of my remarks, this document isn't what Alliance would write. A clear omission from our perspective is the strategic commitment to integrated education, which 2/3 of people believe should be the main model for our education system. The cost of supporting a divided education system is not sustainable. The Education Minister speaks of the need for more money for education, But it is not reasonable to keep asking for more resource if we are not prepared to tackle systemic duplication and inefficiency in how we spend money. Finally, all of the points in the education section of the PFG are underway in some way or another. What remains to be seen is whether implementation of those plans are delivered in full. I sincerely want the Education Minister to succeed with these plans, whether it be delivering quality, affordable childcare or reforming our system so those with special educational needs get the support they need and families need him to succeed. By the end of this mandate, the only thing that will matter as a measure of success is the impact of these on the lives of the people who matter, the children and young people and families. Thank you.
Steve Aiken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the members who have been speaking so far, and indeed it does sound a lot of it is to be about health, and that's obviously to be recognised, because health should be the #1 priority of this Executive and indeed this Assembly for dealing with the considerable issues that we have. For those of us who sat in Hillsborough Castle quite some time ago, well over a year and a bit ago, I think listening to the conversation and the debate we were having then about the importance of developing a programme for government that put the priorities of the people of Northern Ireland first, it was very clear then that health was going to be the #1 priority. Now, we all know what has happened since, and the numerous debates that we have in this chamber when the Health Minister here has been invited to do one particular idea or another, or a new programme or a new development. And I will be honest, the Health Minister would really like to be able to do that degree of transformation. The issue is there is no money for it. And indeed, time and time again, when the Health Minister has been fighting his corner within the Executive, he has been turned down. That is something that we do have to recognise, that if we are going to prioritise health, we should indeed be making it as the #1 priority what we're trying to do. But there is a reality here, is that we have a budget and we need to be able to operate within that budget. Now, the question of where that prioritisation lies is the fundamental question that needs to be addressed by all the Executive parties. And I think the important thing that we need to see is going forward with monies that we have, we are in a position to be able to support our health service where it's needed, in mental health, in MDTs, in making sure we've got mega clinics, making sure that we're actually doing things to start driving down waiting lists. And a lot of those things are already happening. I think if any MLAs have been in an opportunity to go and talk to the health trusts and see what's happening in various places, things are happening and they're improving. But there's some things we need to have commitment to. We're talking about transformation. There is a transformation fund. Shortly, we're even going to hear about, I don't know whether it's still going to be an interim or an actual transformation board, that's looking to bring extra money to help make changes. Now, some of that may go into digitisation and some of it may go into other areas. But if we are serious within this programme for government and what we've always said about the priority being health, we need to invest a lot of that transformation money in making sure health works. Health has a plan to do that. It needs the support of the Northern Ireland Executive to make that happen. I don't want to make... yes, please, Colin, over you.
I do, but would the member agree with me, and as Minister has said this in different times, it's going to be incredibly difficult under the financial envelope that there currently is when they're being asked next year to make £200 million worth of savings. I'm at a loss as to how they're going to be able to do more whenever they're saying that they don't have enough to do it at present, and then next year they're going to be asked to do it with £200 million less.
Members, an extra minute.
Not only does the member make a very good point, you absolutely put the finger on the issue that we have with health. Health should be the prioritisation. Look, we do know we need to make efficiencies in health. We have to. And Mrs Dodds is normally in here sort of berating the Health Minister at every available opportunity about not making enough efficiencies. Health has to be improved. We need to be able to deliver. And we do need the resources to do it. But we know, particularly when we're looking at things like transformation and transformation funding, some of that funding should be coming in the direction of health and should be ring-fenced to do it. That is an important piece, and I would like both the First and Deputy First Ministers to comment on that and sort of their winding up remarks about what we're going to do about transformation. The other issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have a concern, and I have quite a few concerns, about transformation and the transformation process. We seem to have imported a cuckoo in the nest, Mr Deputy Speaker. We seem to have imported the NIO into the centre of the Northern Ireland Executive in the Transformation Board process. And the questions that has is, what role does the NIO have in the devolved settlement in Northern Ireland, and what role do they have within the programme for government? Do they have a veto role in the transformation process? What are they actually lining up to do? I think that, again, is another question I would quite like the Deputy First Minister to comment on when she's making her remarks, but I think that's an important thing that we need to be aware of. What role does the NIO have in the devolution settlement, and what role are they going to have in the transformation funding? I think that's key. There is no doubt at all that if we looked at successful programmes for government, they're actually linked to deliverables. Those deliverables include the budget lines, or a piece of legislation. I don't want to go around sounding like the my learned friend from the opposition, but where is the legislation that is linked to these issues? Where are the budget lines? And we as a party have been saying time and time again for many years, particularly about the programme for government, it has to be actually linked to deliverables. And one of the things, again, I would like to see is there are no real deliverables in this document. There's ideas in it. There are, let's say, there are head marks for us to aim to. There are ideas within it. There are some targets, but not many targets, but we need to be able to look at those to try and improve upon those as well. But we need to make sure that we start attaching real deliverables beyond these, because how are we going to explain to the Northern Ireland people what we're trying to do? We can have various statements in here, and they are very laudable. I don't think when the Civil Service produced this document, they didn't produce a laudable statement within it. But where are the deliverables within it, and where is it linked to what the outcomes are that people of Northern Ireland need? And I think that is the appropriate thing we need to do. So it will become as no surprise that even though we have real concerns about the budget, we have real concerns about funding for health, we have real concerns about the commitment of the rest of the executive parties to make sure health is given the priority it's needed, we as the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting the programme for government. We have signed up to it. It's important that we sign up to it. But health is the #1 priority. It must be the #1 priority, and that needs to be lined up. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful for those who spoke under their 7 minutes so I can get in today, and I'm very grateful that Mr Aiken actually said that he was supporting the programme for government, because for a wee while I thought he joined the opposition benches. But just to say, Deputy Speaker, that this is a foundation document, and as my other colleagues have said, it's not everything that I would want or all that Alliance would want, but it's a baseline for us to work forward from. And I have to say, when I saw the consultation response that said that some sectors and groups felt that they could not see themselves within the programme for government and wanted more clarity on how the programme for government would support them. These included older people, mental health, poverty, arts, disability, culture, social care, LGBTQIA+, rural areas, the community, voluntary and social sector enterprise, the business sector, minority ethnic and Irish language groups. That just shows how much work we do have to do to bring people along with us and to ensure their voices are heard. And I look forward at some point within the next 25 months that are left of this mandate to seeing an active ageing strategy, an anti-poverty strategy, a disability strategy and a gender strategy, with a sexual orientation strategy finally coming out of the Department for Communities. And I have to say, and I will ask the First Minister, Deputy First Minister in their feedback, can we ensure, when we're delivering this programme for government, that we respect all of those individuals who we work with as partners to bring forward co-production and co-design? Because at the weekend I was speaking to some of the people who were involved in the disability co-production group for the disability strategy, who are very harmed and very hurt by the fact that it sounds like we're starting all over again with the disability strategy instead of carrying forward. They were involved and invested a lot of time and energy into the workload and the working groups that were involved in developing what could be the disability strategy, and they feel that they have been set aside. Part of the way forward for this programme for government is to have a positive change for people. And one of the ways that we can do that is by respecting our partners who are helping us and making sure that they feel respected and seen in our documentation. I also think it's time, and I will ask in the feedback at the end of this debate, I think that it's actually time for us to remember what the recommendations of RHI were. That the Northern Ireland Assembly should consider what steps are needed to strengthen its scrutiny role, particularly Assembly committees. My party's in the executive, so of course we're going to support this programme for government, but I'm also an MLA. I am here to support and to scrutinise ministers. And I have to say it's becoming extraordinarily difficult whenever some executive ministers are withholding information from committees. And I make a call out today to say that's no longer appropriate. It shouldn't be happening in the media first and then coming to committees as an afterthought. I believe that all committees are here to support the executive. And we look forward to doing so. For instance, I'm on the Committee for Communities, and the work that needs done with housing will actually provide prevention from people entering the health system, because instead of having 47,000 people without a proper home, we will actually give people a roof over their heads, a safe place to sleep, improve their health and well-being, educational outcomes and employment outcomes. But there is an issue in this Assembly that working through the priorities, we must continue to learn from the RHI to ensure effective scrutiny is carried out. While housing is in communities, I need to see from infrastructure that there's work being done in the wastewater treatment system, that planning is being updated so we can achieve our climate change targets, and that removing fossil fuels from our heating system and houses is key. We need to have cross-departmental examination, so I ask the Executive, how will you ensure that we no longer hear from a minister, that's not my department? But we will hear from ministers going forward, here's our solutions and here's how we brought everybody together to create the solutions. We do need to have progress on key social strategies. We have priorities that have been set down, but I have to say it has to be done with, in the back of your mind, consideration of the Ministerial Code of Conduct. Yes, I will.
In the spirit of us being constructive, would she, because I think she's right about the siloed thing, which is just one of the most pernicious things in our politics, does she think there's any space? A recommendation a couple of years ago was that you could change the Ministerial Code or indeed introduce a law, a duty of obligation for departments to work together. Is that something that she would be interested in unpacking or looking at?
I absolutely would do. And as the chair of the Committee of Procedures, perhaps you would like to write to me and ask if we need to update standing orders. But what I will say is, when we bear in mind the Ministerial Code of Conduct and the MLA's Code of Conduct, we are supposed to be working in this place to make things better for others. If the LGBTQIA+ community cannot see themselves in the programme for government, and after what we heard earlier on today about what a woman is, I'm a woman, or disregard of trans women, I have to say, in the feedback, can I have absolute assurance that objectivity and equality will be taken forward as this programme for government is being delivered? Because I don't want to sit in this House and know that some ministers in the Executive are not treating everyone equally. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's an exciting time. I came to this House in 2016, and at last we have a programme for government. We have something to work towards. We have something to deliver. And I'm up for the challenge, and I hope everyone in the House is. Thank you.
Call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today as a member of the opposition to raise what aspects I welcome in this document, the programme for government, and to highlight where I feel this executive has fallen short. And I feel strongly that this document lacks the ambition I feel the public would have liked to see. The programme for government agreed by the Executive this week is the first since the government of 2011 to 2015, but this is no cause for celebration. I know many people my age, myself included, can reflect on the years these institutions collapsed and the lack of trust that made between the public and people like ourselves, politicians, and faith in our institutions here. The last draft programme for government agreed in 2016 was never even delivered. But with this programme for government, I am deeply saddened that reform to prevent another collapse has not been included or mentioned. If you do not reform how a government functions, can you really properly fix our public services? Can you really say that this place won't yet again collapse? One of the key pillars mentioned in this document is the pillar and the mission of peace. But how can you have peace if you don't have political stability? I'm disappointed, but like the public listening today, I'm sadly not surprised. We've had significant discussion at length in this chamber about the realities of things like Lough Neagh, an environmental disaster which closed businesses in my constituency of East Derry due to pollution. This pollution interrupted entire ecosystems, but yet judging by this document, all we see coming forward is yet another plan with no tangible action. Reading through this document as a member of the Education Committee, I welcomed that there was a conversation and movement on a SEN reform agenda, but I know many parents who have children with special educational needs will feel frustrated today. So while it is welcome, it's sad that this will take potentially up to 2 years to complete. And it took 13 months for the programme for government to be made, so I'm just bewildered at how the lack of emphasis in supporting our young people with special educational needs. I would have liked to have seen further detail on the workforce, who are undoubtedly stressed out, overworked, under-resourced, and there is no further detail on addressing ongoing waiting lists for our young people with ADHD and with autism. To be honest, I found it an unbelievably vague document, which will fail to bring confidence in our system here, and especially with those who have children with special educational needs. And I too would like to follow the comments from Michelle about how admirable Alma is in her campaign around Caleb's cause. She has put on all of our minds, the forefront of our very minds here, about what happens our young people who are full of promise with special educational needs post-19 and transitioning out of school. So I'd like to thank her for her just incredible dedication and commitment to that cause, and I hope that we can see more on that issue. One thing I did welcome in the document is that there's an emphasis on focusing around being trauma-informed. Now, in our jobs, I think we all impact people who have endured trauma, whether it's a rape survivor or someone who's been impacted by the Troubles. Trauma comes in all different shapes and sizes. Our society is diverse, and thus so is the trauma that our constituents have experienced. And we have a particularly high level of adverse childhood experiences here in the north of Ireland. So I do welcome that in page 87 it alludes to upskilling our public staff and making them more trauma-informed. But one thing that really struck me was this is nearly 100 pages of a document, and the word suicide is only mentioned once. So I'm so disheartened. I'm extremely passionate about suicide prevention, and it's just unfathomable to me that we have mental illness here 25% higher than the rest of these islands, yet the word suicide and suicide prevention is literally mentioned only once. There's roughly around 200 suicide deaths every year in this place. It's just incredible that that wasn't mentioned. In page 72, mental health is mentioned, and a lot of the emphasis in the programme for government talks about pushing mental health support services back into the community. We all need community. Mental health support in a community setting is a great thing, but there's no word on how it will be funded, which is similar to the discussion on ending violence against women and girls. On page 35, it discusses a joined-up approach and a discussion of a challenge fund. But where will that go? What will it look like? Who will it help? How quickly? Where? These are some of the details I know the public would love to see. And I just find it really strange that £2 million is mentioned in the programme for government to end violence against women and girls, yet we've seen previous massive slashes of government funding to things like Women's Aid, up to 50% just last year. So I just think it's really strange. I don't think £2 million is anywhere near enough what we're going to need to really impact the issue of violence against women and girls in the north of Ireland. It's mentioned in the document that they want to have 100,000 programme participants. So with £2 million of investment, what is that, like £20 participant? I don't think that that's realistic enough, and I don't think it's enough money. I'd also highlighted previously the lack of inclusion of spiking in the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. I think it was a missed opportunity, and I was really disappointed it wasn't even alluded to in this document here. But moving on, another issue is I really do welcome the inclusion of tackling poverty after it was absent from the initial list of priorities, despite the lack of an anti-poverty strategy. Poverty isn't going away, it's only worsening in our communities. It detrimentally impacts the health and well-being of our constituents. It disproportionately impacts women. So I just think it was madness that that wasn't included in the initial proposals. Just lastly, to round up, as a passionate Irish nationalist, I was genuinely surprised at the lack of cross-border engagement included in the programme for government. I was absolutely bewildered that the Irish language is only mentioned twice. I just thought that was really disappointing, to be honest, particularly for a sector that is just remarkable in how well and effective they are in their campaigning. So I think they'll be disappointed today, just as I am. The document includes building new foundations, shaping a better tomorrow, but it didn't mention the reform of institutions. It only talks about suicide once. So how can we prepare for a better tomorrow if we're not addressing the critical, timely issues of today? I feel strongly this document, respectfully, genuinely only seems like an opportunity for the Executive to smile and take photos while being entirely non-committal with their policies, non-committal on funding, non-committal on any timelines, and just hoping that the public will not notice. And, I really feel the Executive does see the weight of the problems our people face here, but this document has done nothing more than provide vague aspirational language as an illusion that they're solving them. I feel it offers no hope, no real plan, no promises and no funding, and I'm incredibly disappointed. Thank you.
Call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, the wait's finally over for our Stormont cheerleaders. The spin document has arrived, has been unveiled for those that championed the restoration of Stormont, which promised all us that it would solve all their problems. Well, I'm sensing from the opposition today they're maybe a wee bit less enthusiastic than they were before the institutions come back. But let's have a look what this glossy document tells us. Page 30. Tells us, I'll make some progress and I'll let you in, be assured. Page 30 tells us the Executive will invest up to £135 million this year to reduce waiting lists by treating an additional 70,000 patients. That works out at around £4,000 per patient. Members, you aren't aiming to perform many hip replacements if that's the budget that's associated and provided. We move on, not a word about additional officers for the PSNI. At a time when the PSNI has just 6,270 officers, over 1,000 fewer than the Patton report said we needed. But there are other things this document talks a lot about, and indeed it does talk a lot. Let's consider childcare next, as it's mentioned at least 30 times throughout. Page 27. The programme for government tells us that the Executive are investing up to £25 million this year. Sounds like a catchy headline for the media, as it is trumpeted as a major achievement. But let's see, what's the reality? The First Minister said during question time earlier, she told us the figure was up to £50 million. Well, this Executive got a cheque from Westminster which was to fund a scheme similar to that in England and Wales. The sum on that cheque was not the £25 million in this document. It wasn't the £50 million the First Minister told us about earlier, but indeed it was £57.2 million. Nowhere in this document does the Executive explain where the millions have went. In fact, what is the figure? Is it the £25 million we see here in this document unveiled today? Is it the £50 million the First Minister told us during question time? Regardless, what happened, the missing £32.2 million or the £7.2 million? Either way, working families in Northern Ireland are being shortchanged by this Executive. Some of the missing millions may be going to the three nationalist demands mentioned in this document. This is a programme for government which commits to the expansion of the Ulster University Magee campus while making no solid promises to any of our other higher education institutions. This is a document which promises the Executive will fulfil its duties to deliver on the Irish language when it comes to the 2022 Act and pledges to work on an Irish language strategy. This is a programme for government which makes promises on the redevelopment of Casement Park. But where is the section and how this Executive is going to deal with the protocol? Isn't so much as mentioned. But let's take the economy. We'll move to the economy and what the programme for government says about planning, which is important on two fronts. The biggest barrier to planning is a lack of wastewater infrastructure. In the document, there is no commitment to the level of investment for Northern Ireland Water or the areas going to be targeted. How's our planning system worked since its day-to-day functions were dissolved to councils in 2015? Through RPA, Stormont allowed councils to move from one set of policies governing all of Northern Ireland to creating 11 different local development plans. If this Executive wants to address the issues in our planning system, then there is a need to go back to one set of planning policies governing all of Northern Ireland if you're serious about attracting inward investment. As it stands, I don't see how planning currently works for business or our people. More fundamentally, when it comes to the economy, as already stated, is the lack of any mention of the protocol. You cannot grow your economy while at the same time trashing the UK's internal market. You cannot grow a globally competitive economy while cutting this part of the UK off from a possible UK-US trade deal, as the protocol leaves Northern Ireland trapped in the EU customs union and single market for goods. I asked unionists who claimed that they would fight the protocol within the arena of Stormont, how's that working out for you? What progress have you made? Not even deemed worthy of a mention in this document. Oh, but some may say, they may respond and say, page 85 there is a mention of Intertrade UK. Yet that very same paragraph also deals with Intertrade Ireland. Let's contrast the two bodies. Intertrade Ireland was, thanks to the budget passed in this House last week, handed £6 million in resources. Intertrade UK isn't getting a penny from this place. Intertrade Ireland has permanent offices and a growing staff. Intertrade UK has neither. Intertrade Ireland has a statutory basis. Intertrade UK has no such standing. It's not hard to work out which body will be able to deliver on its objectives. The last point that I want to pick up on is the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. For months I have been pressing the First and Deputy First Ministers on their agreed position on violence against women and girls. Was violence against women and girls wrong in the period between 1969 to 1998? Just last week, I finally got an answer. The agreed position of the Executive is gender-based violence, abuse and harm has always been wrong and unacceptable. Sounds good, but still leaves wriggle room. The Women's Rights Network recently came to the TEO committee, where I took the opportunity to ask them for their thoughts on this policy. Firstly, they weren't even consulted on the document, so they were the only gender critic organisation which were left out. So no gender critic organisations allowed.
Your time is almost up.
It is indeed. Secondly, in the absence of a free definition,
Mr.
this policy lacks
up.
any credibility.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, this programme for government is a clear indication that the Executive is out of touch with the people they claim to represent. As has already been said, it's the first programme for government agreed by an Executive since 2011. The mere existence of this programme for government has been hailed as a celebration. I would ask, is the bar really this low? Do ordinary people not deserve better? It beggars belief that the draft programme for government was completely absent of any real, measurable or time-bound targets. The fact that the Executive were forced to go back to the drawing board to add a few concrete goals shows what they would be happy to get away with if given the chance. The final version is a minor improvement on the vague, aimless original, but it still lacks the detail and urgency needed to turn things around for ordinary people languishing on health waiting lists. Spending a fortune on childcare, people who are homeless, children with special education needs, women and girls experiencing violence, and many, many more. On cutting health waiting times, the Executive plans to invest up to £135 million per year to reduce the health waiting lists. Where exactly will this money be spent? Will it help to address the workforce crisis and ensure safe staffing levels, or will it go once again to the burden in the private health sector? Will it mean our overworked and burnt out health and social care staff are finally paid what they deserve? The Royal College of Surgeons report that it will take a decade of sustained investment to turn this catastrophe around. We need consistent, high levels of investment to finally put an end to people dying needlessly on waiting lists. On early years in childcare, executive ministers talk about the importance of early intervention, those crucial first 1,000 days of a child's life. Yet they cut statutory services for early years and depend on the community and voluntary sector to fill the gaps. Then they turn around and deny core grant funding for charities and organisations working in early intervention, putting organisations doing vital work, supporting communities at risk of going under. The warm words in this document are completely at odds with the actions of executive parties, and I'll continue to judge this executive by their actions and not their words. £25 million has been allocated to support parents struggling with the cost of childcare. The Education Minister previously said at least £400 million would be needed to implement the childcare strategy. Pittance has been allocated so far, and the programme for government completely neglects the issue of school-aged childcare, another glaring omission from this document. Children with special education needs from working class communities, Deputy Speaker, are being badly let down by this executive. The executive signed off on the recommendations in the Fair Start report to address educational underachievement and disadvantage. Then the Department of Education just allocated 6% of the funding needed to actually implement those recommendations. The Education Minister has devised the rightly maligned RAISE programme to tackle the educational disadvantage, departing from well-established and effective measures of income deprivation, and at a time when all school pupils should have access to counselling and mental health support when they need it. The budget for Happy Healthy Minds was axed in 2023 and it still hasn't been reinstated. The Executive will now produce, Deputy Speaker, a SEN reform agenda and delivery plan by 2027, and given the Minister's previous dismissive comments about the value of one-to-one support from classroom assistants, education support workers will be and are worried about the content and implications of the final SEN reform agenda. The goal of providing more social, affordable and sustainable housing is to be welcomed, but the programme for government misses many obvious opportunities to prevent homelessness. Preventing homelessness would involve actually cracking down on profiteering private landlords, implementing a no-fault eviction ban and reducing rent controls. And unfortunately, the Minister for Communities ruled that out once again today. Executive parties refuse to acknowledge the reality that preventing homelessness will mean questioning and challenging the power of landlords. Instead, they adopt a firefighting approach, throwing good money after bad, spending over £34 million per year on temporary accommodation, most of which goes in the pockets of multi-million-pound companies and private landlords. Tackling poverty is still not defined as a key priority for this executive, and instead we get a few vague, aspirational paragraphs with a fleeting reference to the executive bringing forward an anti-poverty strategy. Will it come with funding attached? And the same question applies for all the other social inclusion strategies and the language strategies. Will the anti-poverty strategy be based on objective need? Will it actually increase household incomes and reduce child poverty? We'll wait and see. 1 in 4 children in my constituency, Deputy Speaker, of West Belfast live in poverty, and poverty impacts every aspect of their young lives, their health, their education, their social and emotional development. Even if this executive somehow manages to meet aspirations in the programme for government, it won't make a bit of difference if people are still living in poverty without their basic needs met. And on climate, the programme commits to increasing renewable electricity capacity by 40% by 2027. And the Climate Change Act itself mandates a target of 80% renewable by 2030. So does this programme for government put us on track to reach that target? I highly doubt it. There's also a goal of consulting on a draft climate action plan this year, which was supposed to be published over a year ago. And by 2027, the executive plans to deliver the actions in the Loughnane report and action plan. This is a testament to the continued pressure for environmental campaigning groups and climate activists like Save Loughnane. Endless and campaigning brought... Oh, we'll go away, yeah?
Giving way. The member will know that child poverty is costing our society £1 billion a year, and also last week, I don't know if you've seen it, the King's Trust report suggested that almost half of the young people in Northern Ireland feel anxious on a daily basis about their futures here. Would he agree with me that this document does very little to alleviate those worries? In fact, it's quite depressing and does nothing to offer hope to the people right across our society.
Members, an extra minute.
I would agree with him, and also remind the member that his party was on the executive for many years and failed in attempts to reduce poverty as well. But I agree with his earlier point. And like I said, Deputy Speaker, the fact that the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan is in this document is a testament to continued pressure from environmental groups and activists like the Save Lough Neagh campaign and many, many other people. It was endless campaigning by them and others that brought us to this point, but without the necessary resources and funding, I'm worried that this action plan is absolutely doomed to fail. If climate breakdown, Deputy Speaker, doesn't warrant quick and urgent action from this executive, it seems like nothing will. Time is of the essence, and time for action is now. Thank you.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The programme for government sets out a series of commitments, but at the end of all the speeches we really must ask ourselves, will this lead to the real change that the people of Northern Ireland need and deserve, or simply repeat what we have heard before? And I say this mindful of a significantly reduced mandate and a very difficult budget. I hope this will lead to good change, but we've seen similar pledges in the past on health reform, childcare, tackling paramilitarism, housing, education, social care and economic growth. Time and time again, however, progress has been slow and many communities still feel left behind. And they lack confidence that these institutions have the ability to actually deliver. And that will be the outcome of this, whether we can actually deliver. We can talk today about what's in this programme for government and what is not, but realistically, in order for the people of Northern Ireland to realise that this building has any value, we have to deliver. They're tired of words, they need action, and they want to see real change that improves their daily lives. They want to see a government that makes real difference, not just a list of ambitions that never move beyond the page. This programme is built around 9 priority objectives, each tied to a government department. And I'm quite concerned by this approach because, again, it's sharing out priorities rather than focusing on what Northern Ireland genuinely needs. Some of the most pressing issues do not fit neatly into one department, which is probably why they're not in it. Post-19 education, as others have said, is a clear example. Young people with learning disabilities, we have failed them for years, yet the Department of Health, the Department for Economy and the Department of Education can't decide who's going to take charge in that, so they simply don't. They have spent years navigating a system where no department takes ownership, leaving them without proper support. That's shameful. Adult social care, for example. It has been debated endlessly, yet meaningful progress has stalled because, again, no single department is going to take the charge. Similarly, ending violence against women and girls, whilst I welcome it, but without embedding it in education on misogyny, without legislation in making misogyny a hate crime, or taking action against online harms, its impact will be limited. Tackling deeply rooted attitudes requires more than just awareness campaigns. So when our government is divided in this way, and we've seen it since its inception, real problems are falling through the cracks, which is why Northern Ireland hasn't been able to progress in the years since the Good Friday Agreement. And if this programme wants to deliver real change, it must focus on outcomes that matter to the department, not just flagship departmental priorities. I remain disappointed that the approach that was taken in 2016 with an outcomes-based accountability model has not progressed further. We need to look to other jurisdictions on these islands to see that this is about outcomes. It's not about ticking boxes. It's not about departmental aims and objectives. It's about the people of Northern Ireland. We all acknowledge that demand for public services far exceeds the available funding, and without that clear financial strategy, the risk is that many of these commitments will remain just aspirations. I also want to talk to the Transformation Fund. $235 million is a significant amount of money, and I do believe there is an opportunity here not just to modernise services, but to drive structural reform in how government operates. As I've mentioned, other regions such as Scotland have moved towards outcomes-based departments rather than rigid ministerial structures, and Northern Ireland could use this fund to advance significant structural change, ensuring that policies are developed with collaboration and long-term impact in mind. We could also use this fund to gather and improve data collection, ensuring that we base our priorities on real evidence rather than assumptions. Because without a strong understanding where our greatest needs are, resources will continue to be stretched thinly rather than targeted effectively. We should also not only just address today's challenges, but prepare for the future. Government in Northern Ireland has always been reactive rather than proactive. But if we don't turn off the tap, there's no point in emptying the sink. We've heard it in terms of Bengoa, published in 2016, yet we still haven't implemented it. Primary care and early intervention. The investment in childcare is welcome, but it only brings Northern Ireland up to the standard that other regions have already reached. What about school-aged childcare? What about working families? What about middle-income families who earn too much for benefits but can't afford other private options? Housing policy also lacks ambition, but again we don't see any direct aims and objectives to try and address the issues around water and wastewater capacity. Early intervention should be at the core of all its policies, and I recognise that. Schools, community and organisational professionals all highlight the concerns, but what about parenting support? There's no clear plan to help families provide the stability that children need. And if we fail to address these issues early, they will place even greater pressure on the services ahead. I do welcome recognition in the final draft of this programme for government that Northern Ireland's ageing population must be reflected in how we plan for public services. And this follows an motion last week in the Assembly and tireless campaigns by the age sector. However, recognition alone is not enough. This cannot be a token gesture, and it must be embedded into how we approach policy and service delivery. Regional balance, I'll talk to very briefly. It has to be more than Belfast and Derry. We are a rural Northern Ireland, and we need to look to our urban and rural villages if we genuinely want to bring everyone onto an equal footing. Thank you.
I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak as the Alliance spokesperson for the economy on this, and I welcome that we have a programme of government that shows and seeks to show a path forward that's positive and is much needed. However, any programme is only as good as the ambition and the focus on delivery, and we now need to get on with delivering for our economy. And it's on that detail that I want to raise a couple of points. The fundamental truth that I want to start with is our economy isn't growing at any acceptable pace, and this has been an issue for decades now. We are not closing the gap between here and GB, and the gap continues to widen between here and the south. And we need to address the fundamental reasons why that is the case. And I appreciate the Minister has launched an economic vision that intends to bring through good jobs, decarbonisation and productivity, for example. And while I share that ambition and the creating good jobs, Northern Ireland will continue to struggle to attract inward investment without political stability and political direction to create the conditions on which business can be built. Businesses, whether they're local startups, indigenous business, or whether they're international firms looking to invest here, all need certainty. Yet, by not confronting reform head-on, we are continuing to dangle potential instability. So we need political reform, not as some abstract ideal, but as a practical necessity to unlock potential. Potential is the bedrock, and stability is the bedrock for us to grow our economy. When we move on to decarbonisation of our economy, it's one of the Minister's core principles, and I completely agree with that principle, but much more. We need much more than the principle of it. We actually need delivery to change, and the devil will be in the detail. 80 by 30 we hear a lot of, but it isn't a slogan. It's actually 80% renewable energy by 2030. It's only 5 years away, and we've been here for a year and need to get moving to bring all the benefits, not just environmental benefits, but energy security and reduced costs for every household. We have the ability to generate homegrown electricity production, so we don't ever have the massive increased cost of electricity that all our constituents have had to suffer through the past couple of years with the cost of fossil fuel imports. Renewable energy growth has stalled at approximately 45%, but if we don't have a renewable energy support scheme that supports 80 by 30 and the ambition of that, we won't see the growth we need. And when we have one energy system across this island, any scheme must match the same entry levels as that of the south. That is based to encourage, it has to be based to encourage our local renewable companies to grow and not create further barriers to them. Without that, then unfortunately investment will simply continue to move south or to Scotland for easier conditions and better support. When I move to other economic issues, and coming from a Lagan Valley perspective, we have a lot of potential to grow jobs in the Dublin-Belfast Economic Corridor, and there was a conference last week on that which was really welcome. And there's so much untapped potential there staring us in the face, and working together to maximise economic growth, and I look forward to working along with the Minister to deliver positive outcomes on that. But another issue that we need to get moving with, and it's disappointing that it isn't mentioned, is the Maze Long Kesh site. We have momentum and we need momentum. We don't need more delay. Developing the road infrastructure around that site and linking the M1A1 is a vital way of improving the access and to start to build momentum for the site. And I hope the First and Deputy First Minister's office can agree to get moving on this as soon as possible. Maybe they can update us in their winding. And then we move to dual market access. Our unique selling point for inward investment is as a place that can do business with access to both GB and EU markets, and we need to sell that around the world. It is welcome that Invest within the programme of government will undertake 3 promotional trips for investors. But if an investor was simply to go to Invest in I's homepage, click Why Invest in Northern Ireland, it leads with the first statement which says Northern Ireland is an integral part of the UK. Not the trade advantage that we have within dual market access, and it's baffling that we're not leading with this, shouting out about it from every platform. The programme barely mentions it, and if we don't champion it, we won't gain from it, and it's as simple as that. Finally, I just want to touch on 3 areas that are critical to grow jobs and grow our economy, and where we look forward to seeing clarity coming through. Research and development is the engine of innovation. Why would businesses come here if we're not prepared to invest in it ourselves? Creating opportunities for ourselves. If our universities are not getting the investment for R&D, then into the future we won't have the spin-off companies like Be Secure in Belfast with 57 highly skilled jobs who develop the IP for heart monitoring or watch and other devices. Childcare also isn't just a social good, but it's an economic lever. If parents can't work, or if it's unaffordable or inaccessible, and that needs to be expanded further, and I appreciate that the First Minister has developed a little bit of that earlier today. But then we move to planning reform, and we all know the current system is a bottleneck, holding back housing, infrastructure and business investment. And the Alliance Party has been consistent at these points, but our economy needs specifics and action on planning for reform to come through quickly. If we don't actually address planning system and tackle wastewater infrastructure, then economic investment simply will continue to move south as it's unavailable here. This is essential to unlock our economic growth. It's time to work to create the conditions on which our business and our economy can flourish and grow. And in closing, I want to support the overall economic aims of the programme for government, and potential alone is not enough to make a difference. And as Alliance spokesperson for the economy, I look forward to working with the Minister and the other ministers to deliver for our constituents, and look forward to seeing legislation come through to help deliver that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mr McNulty, you're listed to speak, though time remaining will limit you to 3 minutes. I hope that's okay.
I hosted about 40 members of the OK Club in May here today, and it was lovely for the First Minister to say hello when she was passing through on her way to the Chamber. And wouldn't it be fantastic if we put those strong South Armagh women in charge to have this place straightened out in no time? I am sure of that. The redevelopment of Casement Park, with the commitment made in the redevelopment in 2011, is sadly no further on. That commitment was reaffirmed in relation to the Euros, but that opportunity was sadly and disgracefully missed. In this programme for government, the only reference to Casement Park is a commitment to deliver progress. No finalised timeline, no detailed funding strategy, no clear roadmap for delivery. So much for the First Minister saying Casement Park will be built, and it will be built on her watch. Not much evidence of any prioritisation of Casement in the programme for government, and that on top of scant regard for our Irish language. All show, no go. The North's wastewater infrastructure faces significant challenges. Chronic underfunding and systemic inefficiencies are stalling development everywhere. 19,000 homes in 23 towns stalled, and house prices rising as a consequence. Up to 80,000 people are homeless. commercial development being kicked to the curb and regeneration of our town centres stagnating. However, this programme for government commits to work with NI Water to facilitate housing growth. Are you kidding me? Again, no detailed funding strategy, no timeline for delivery, all show, no go. Discussions on constitutional change have been centre stage in political discourse. Preparations for a new and united Ireland are a moral imperative, says Sinn Féin. They admonish the Irish government for a lax approach, even though the Irish government has been pumping in billions of euros in terms of the shared island units and initiatives in terms of cost in United Ireland. And they admonish the Irish government for that. Yet this Sinn Féin government, this Sinn Féin-led government in the north has not offered one word about Irish unity. So, what is the petitioner's approach from Sinn Féin? Why the bluster in public and the hand-wringing in private? Sinn Féin wax lyrical in the Dáil and in communities across Ireland, but melt like spring snow off a ditch when they sit down at the table with the DUP. All show, no go. On the health waiting list, this programme for government acknowledges that waiting lists have grown 216% since 2014. At the same time, the programme for government aspires to limit further deterioration of cancer and time-critical waiting lists. Limit further deterioration, not reduce, not eliminate, but prevent further deterioration. Hardly a lofty or aspiring aspiration. God be with the people and families with loved ones languishing on the health waiting list, waiting for hope from this place. All show, no go. On education, the executive has served us another word salad. The programme for government acknowledges the significant increase in the number of children with special education needs, and yet in terms of government response, detail is thin on the ground. The big commitment made by the executive in relation to special education needs,
Mr. McNulty.
all show, no go.
And your members' order. Members, I'm now calling the Deputy First Minister to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And Deputy First Minister, you have up to 33 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My goodness, how to follow that, but I will try. So, look, we've heard a significant number of contributions right across the chamber, and I think actually the First Minister and myself would welcome that. We welcome the interest in the programme for government, but we also welcome the range of issues that have been raised because, of course, this is a programme for government, so it covers so many different elements of what we do. But we made clear from the outset, and indeed in the introductory remarks by the First Minister, that this document is not the totality of our ambitions, not even the totality of the ambitions of the Executive, and certainly not for the individual ministers. But of course, this is about prioritisation. And prioritisation is always difficult. We are in a fiscally constrained environment. It is difficult to fund everything that we want to fund, and that does require hard decisions. But I have a message today, despite some of what I have heard, and that is a message of hope. It is a message of ambition, and it is a message of seeking to do everything in our power to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, right throughout Northern Ireland, on the things that matter most to them. The programme for government provides a roadmap to grow our economy, strengthen our communities and support hard-working families. My aspiration indeed is to have as many happy, thriving people and families in every part of this place, this wonderful place we call home of Northern Ireland. I want to create a Northern Ireland which is one of the best, if not the best, small, open, agile economies in the world. And I genuinely believe that we can do that. I believe that we have opportunity regardless of how challenging the circumstances may be. The other day I was at a conference and somebody made the reference to being small enough to do big things. And I actually think Northern Ireland, we're small enough to do big things. That means transformation. It requires investment. It requires difficult decisions. But one thing for sure that I can say, hand on my heart, to the people of Northern Ireland and to this place, that I believe that this is an executive working hard to genuinely improve the everyday lives of the people of this place. It's very challenging to respond in a debate to so many contributions, but I am going to endeavour to do so as quickly as I possibly can. So first of all, I will start with the positive, the upbeat and hopeful contribution of the Leader of the Opposition, Matthew O'Toole. Yes, plenty of reflections from the Leader of the Opposition. I'm not sure we would just describe it as a constructive opposition or a critical opposition, but of course he talked an awful lot about what it is that the Executive ought to do. So I felt that in order for us to benchmark ourselves against what could only, I imagine, be a document of excellence, I looked up the SDLP's plan. So first of all, I couldn't because the link was broken. Maybe you need to check that out on your website. But I did manage to get my hands on your plan that you published. There was 14 pages in your plan. 2 of those pages were entirely blank. Now, it may be argued that that was the best part of the plan. I wouldn't be as uncharitable to say that because, indeed, out of those 14 pages, there was an entire page which was a picture of Matthew O'Toole. Now, I know the SDLP are very keen to criticise the First Minister and myself for taking photographs, and I'm not saying that our programme for government wouldn't have been improved by a full-page picture of Matthew O'Toole, but it was indeed a short document indeed. And I think perhaps most surprising of all was the fact that it took the SDLP some 8 months to come up with that plan, despite the fact that they were only negotiating with themselves. So I actually think that this is a momentous day today, not because the substance of this, I believe it does have ambition, I believe it does have quality, but of course getting 4 parties of the Executive to agree to the prioritisation. And we talk an awful lot about delivery. And delivery is key, but it will not be, and let's be realistic, it's not going to be delivery of the full Alliance manifesto and their aspirations. It's not going to be the full delivery of the Sinn Féin or the DUP manifesto. What this is about in this document are the areas in which the 4 parties can agree to prioritise and to focus on. And that does indeed mean compromise. Turning to the chairperson of the committee, first of all, I want to extend my thanks to the committee for all of the work that they did. It's very tricky to try to coordinate all of the different responses across many, many different particular areas and policy areas. Many of those fallen outside of the committee. So I thank you for all of the work that you have done on that. The chairperson of the TEO committee raised a number of important points, in particular the wellbeing indicators and how we measure the success of this document. And I think it's important to say that there are a range of targets and objectives within this document. Now, some of those will simply require additional funds, and that is a challenge for me, for the First Minister, for this Executive. We have made a commitment to do what we can to drive that efficiency and transformation within departments, within the Executive. We have made the commitment in this document to create the delivery unit, which is very much about how do we do things differently, how do we do them better, how do we free up that money to invest in these prioritised areas. We say in this document about the agreement that we have to create an AI unit, using innovation and technology to drive through that efficiency and a better way of doing things. None of these things will be done tomorrow or next week, we know that. It's not going to bring about those significant savings within that period of time. But all of these things must work to turn the curve of those things that we want to achieve. Should it be in terms of the mental health of the people of Northern Ireland, the affordability of childcare, driving down those health waiting lists, growing our economy, providing good jobs and opportunities for all of our young people, no matter what part in Northern Ireland they live. I will indeed.
First Minister, and I really like your contribution particularly about driving the economy and making the economy work. But how can we say that when the First Minister today, when asked the question about bringing in £1.6 billion worth of investment into Northern Ireland and 200 extra jobs, found it incredulous?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his comment. And indeed, we have a fantastic aerospace and defence industry here in Northern Ireland, and so much of that is around supporting people to secure peace. We know that, and of course, we do all want to see peace. We want to see a peaceful outcome negotiated, but indeed we should be supporting our interests and be very proud of the world-class products and contribution that they are making in very, very important areas. The chairperson of the committee went on to speak in her party capacity. She welcomed the publication and she said very clearly that a government needs to be fit for purpose. That is absolutely true. And I think we hear time after time so many people calling on the government to increase bills for ordinary working families across this place. And yet, I think actually our responsibility to people must be to do government better, to make sure that we are the custodians of the public purse and that the money that we get for our public services, that we are doing our best to invest that in the best possible way to get the best outcomes. Indeed, our government and our processes must be fit for purpose. Philip McGuigan spoke from a health perspective and he referenced health inequalities. And of course we know that when we tackle, and a key part of this agenda has to be around the prioritisation of tackling health waiting lists and the transformation within our health sector. It's the number one issue that comes up to me. When I go about my constituency of Lagan Valley, I hear it all the time. Access to GPs, people sitting on waiting lists, the pain and the issues that they are facing day in, day out. And let us be very clear. It is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable to the First Minister. I don't believe it's acceptable to any one of us around this House. We understand that for those individuals, and I think it was Diane Dodds that referenced that, actually it's very personal. If a person is living in that pain, week in, week out, month in, month out, being told that their operation or their intervention will not happen for many months or many years, that causes a despair that we can do something about. And that is why we will be using the new delivery unit to be supporting the Health Minister to find new ways of working. We will be doing our best working with the Finance Minister to secure additional resource, ring-fence for those particular interventions within the department, because we recognise, yes, health is the key priority within this document. We need to drive down those lists, and further to that, we need the transformation to prevent what has happened with those lists happening again, and that will be critically important as well. Deborah Erskine spoke from the chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee, so I thank her for her contribution. And look, again, we hear it all of the time, potholes in roads, schools that need interventions, in terms of making sure that the capital projects that we invest in come in on time and on budget. I've said it before in this place, if we can bring in these capital projects on time and on budget, then that frees up much more capital resource to be able to do more, because we always know that the demand for that capital investment outstrips the capital that we have available. But not only that, but through the investment strategy of Northern Ireland, which we hope to bring to this place in the next number of weeks, we will be seeking to secure additional capital to come into that budget to help and support that predicted £26 billion of capital investment for infrastructure that we are predicting over the course of the next 10 years. And I look forward to discussing that issue in this House in due course. Robbie Butler spoke from his perspective of a chair of the Agriculture Committee. And of course, I do want to pay tribute again to all of the incredible work that our farming community do. It's a very challenging time for our farming community. And many people either don't want to hear that or they just want to dismiss that. And we should not, because at the heart of farming are farming families, out early morning to late night, in all weathers, in a tough financial environment, doing what they can to provide locally sourced, locally grown, locally produced, high-quality food. And the security of food supply is such a critical issue in a globally unstable context. So I think it's right and proper that we look at all of those issues, including, as he referenced, the impacts of planning and delays on our farming and agri communities, and also how the just transition can make sure that as we move forward towards some of those environmental aspirations, that we do so in a way that does not disproportionately put that burden just on our farmers. Colm Gildernew spoke from the community's perspective. He talked about the anti-poverty strategy and other strategies, including language strategies and the ongoing housing crisis and access to affordable housing. And again, look, this is key very much to the heart of the draft, or to the programme for government in terms of what we are trying to achieve. Because again, the impact of not having a warm and secure home is huge. It's huge for the whole family. It's significantly detrimental for children and young people growing up in that environment. It unlocks, that is one of the key things that unlocks the ability for those children to thrive. We want those children to be able to fulfil the potential they have, to contribute to our society and to live those happy and thriving lives. This touches right at the core as well of health inequalities. It's a perfect example of how other departmental policies are critical in terms of what we are trying to do, because there are, and we know this, in terms of our health waiting lists, there are far, far too many on those health waiting lists with avoidable illnesses. And those avoidable illnesses, if we catch them time, we catch them early, we change some of those issues, we can really have that transformative. And I know, as Mike refers to it as sort of the shift left agenda in terms of tackling public health, that is critical. That's not only just going to take the next number of years, this is an agenda over the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years for this place. And actually seeing the result of that in health waiting lists may not be until 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, but my goodness, we know it's truly transformative, and we know those interventions and supporting those children from pre-birth, birth and throughout early childhood are so critical in terms of the outcomes for their lives as well. Diane Forsyth spoke from a finance perspective because the chairperson of the Finance Committee was speaking as leader of the opposition. And it did look absolutely important that one of the big challenges undoubtedly that we have faced here is the lack of a multi-year budget. And we are dictated in that cycle because of the Treasury cycles in relation to this. It's an issue that both the First Minister and myself have raised directly with the Chancellor. To say, and we do believe that she is in the space where she does want to move to multi-year budgets. There's no doubt that that will make our planning much, much better. But when that happens, we will also, and I think again this is a commitment to the House, revise our targets, revise our plans, take a look at our programme for government in the context of that multi-year budget, so that we can then look forward to say it's not just what we're committing to this year, it is what we are committing to in year 2, year 3 and hopefully beyond that. Yes, right.
I enjoyed having a bit of banter with the Deputy First Minister. I will say it's up to her and the First Minister whether they want to put my photograph in the document. They do use the same photograph of Donegal Quay in Belfast 3 different times, so you may want to find another photograph, but that's fair enough. Could I just ask on the budget point, and it is a genuine question, there's not very much in here in terms of a table on indicative budgets. Will you commit, and would you work with the Finance Minister to come back to us with a multi-year time horizon, even if you can't, even if it's not a legally signed off multi-year budget, something to show us how this thing could be paid for? I genuinely think that would be helpful for us all.
Thank you. And yes, indeed, it's a really important issue, because while some around the House have raised some concern about the ambition within this document, but if I just were to pull out a small number of key commitments that we have made, the expansion of affordable childcare, the investing of that 135 million in healthcare waiting lists above and beyond the 73 million specified, the target of getting to over 7,000 police officers, which has been costed. So those small number of key objectives alone probably looks at around £500 million of additional expenditure per annum. And that's the scale of what we are talking about. That is before we even look at the additional investment in NI Water and our infrastructure, fixing the potholes faster and quicker, which I know everybody wants across Northern Ireland, and so many of those other issues that are referenced within this document. So we don't underestimate the scale of that. He's absolutely correct. It is also important to note that all of these are scalable. So where we see, for example, targets in relation to affordable and social housing, the more capital money that we can secure for that, then the more of those houses we can build. So those things are very much dependent on the amount of money that we can get. And again, our promise to this place is that we will be endeavouring to find as much additional resources as we possibly can to invest in all of these issues. I move now to Owen Tennyson, who's not in his place. He did have an awful lot to say at the weekend, or so somebody said to me. But he said that the programme for government should not be the ceiling to ambition. He also said that in the spirit of cooperation, moving forward, we should all work together. And I would very much agree with that, in that I actually do think that what people want out there is not the likes of ourselves playing politics in this place, or having petty squabbles about things, or not being realistic about what it is that we can achieve. I think the people of Northern Ireland want us to work constructively together. They want us to get on with it. They want us to actually get delivery on the things that matter to them. And I do believe that the First Minister and myself, working across the Executive, have really applied ourselves to that over the course of the last 13 months, and we will continue to do so. Yes, a four-party coalition can be frustrating. And yes, nobody is going to get everything that they particularly want to get in the way that they want to get it. But what we do endeavour to do, week in and week out, is to do our best to find a way through, to find agreement, to find compromise, and I believe that that is what we have done here today. Philip Brett, from an economy perspective, spoke about economic prosperity and good jobs. I am really pleased that Northern Ireland has had an unprecedented low unemployment. Just a couple of weeks ago, the figures were out that we have the lowest unemployment that we have had for a very long time. That is a good thing. But we do have levels of economic inactivity that are much too high. We have challenges around productivity. We have across the United Kingdom stagnation in terms of economic growth. Some of the issues raised throughout the contributions, that I may not be able to get to all of them, but some of the issues raised included the National Insurance Employers' contribution. There's no doubt when you talk to businesses, and we are a small to medium-sized business economy, what we hear from them is how that this is preventing them from expanding. In fact, it's preventing them, they are indicating, even from standing still. They may have to cut back in order to fund this. That is not acceptable. If we want our economy to grow, we need to support our businesses, and this needs to be in an executive that is going to do that. That also means investing in skills, tackling educational underachievement, trying to identify why is it that so many people go into economically inactive. We need those people into our workforce. We talk to companies week in and week out who say that they want good people with the right skills. And if they could get those, they would be expanding. We are world leading on issues such as cyber, the creative industries, our aerospace and defence. They all want good people. We can provide those good jobs on a good wage, and we also know that that is the best way out of poverty. That is transformative, not just for that person, but for their family and for their grandchildren in due course. Diane Armstrong referred to the multi-year budget situation, as I've already mentioned, absolutely key, and also that the targets should align with the budget, and I think that is critical as well. So as soon as we can get more information around that multi-year budget, then I do believe that there needs to be that process of looking at our plans and our targets and making sure that we are fitting that in. There are a number of objectives within this programme for government that requires that further work by ministers. It will be the work of committees and those sitting around this Assembly chamber to work on those committees to make sure that those plans coming forward meet the objective within the programme for government, that they're brought forward swiftly, but also critically that the budget is aligned to enable the minister to be able to deliver against that aspiration. Deirdre Hargey referenced about the digital and innovation, absolutely, and hopefully this week we'll be able to bring forward some more information around those transformation projects. It was an issue referenced by Steve Aiken as well. We have that additional 235 million that was secured, and the reason, of course, that the UK government through NIO sits on that is because that was additional to our block grant, and that was additional on the conditions that they also sat on that in terms of what would be done. And I actually think that is potentially a very useful thing, because we know that right across Whitehall there are a number of different initiatives and interventions happening all around transformation, particularly in terms of digitisation. So it would be really good to hear from them through that person sitting on that transformation board about some of the ideas that we could be doing here. But he's absolutely right. It's also important as a core principle that issues pertaining to devolved matters in Northern Ireland are left to the devolved those elected in this place and in the executive to decide. And I can assure the member that that is absolutely the case, that while the Transformation Board looks at these and puts forward some recommendations, it is ultimately the Northern Ireland Executive that agrees that, ergo giving it that democratic accountability. Cheryl Brownlee spoke about the really important issue of SEN, and indeed a number of members did, and apologies if I don't get the opportunity to refer specifically to you, but I know a number of members referred to SEN. And we do know how challenging it is for parents to try to navigate their way and get the help that they absolutely need. There have been so many campaigns about this. We want to do more. And I know that the Education Minister is committed to driving forward the necessary transformation within this area. But that is why I am particularly pleased that this is there right at the heart of this programme for government. We're recognising that special educational needs, a significant and growing issue that is not being dealt with in the way that we would want it to be dealt with. And therefore I think it is right and good that we are looking at that. As Cheryl said, we can get this right, and now is the time to deliver on this, and I think that is absolutely important. Connie Egan referenced the increased policing numbers, which was also referred to by the member from North Antrim, Timothy Gaskin. So indeed, in page 48, I'm sorry that the member from North Antrim wasn't aware of it, but in page 48 there is that commitment in the new decade, new approach to try to fulfil the commitment that was set down there of 7,500 officers. A significant amount of work has happened. We know the cost of that. The challenge is now over to the Finance Minister to try to, it's page 48, it's fifth paragraph. And so it's really important that we do this, because we know how important policing is in terms of on the ground. And you can see from the commitment to this that this includes actively seeking to achieve a sufficient number of police officers in line with the new decade, new approach commitments. And that is 7,500 police officers. So I'm really pleased that that is there in the programme for government. It is something that we very much support. We know that that will require additional resource, significant additional resource, but we are very much working to support that year-on-year increase to move towards getting to that number. I'm really tight in time, unfortunately, so I am going to try to get as much covered here as possible. Joanne Bunting raised a number of issues from a justice perspective as well, including in terms of the cross-departmental approach to tackling justice issues. Again, we know that far, far too many people are sitting within the criminal justice system, in particular in relation to drug and alcohol challenges, and that requires that cross-cutting, joined-up approach. He's absolutely right on that, and I know that the committee will be driving that forward and including on that important work about ending violence against women and girls. I also want to say a huge thank you to Joanne for all of the work in the lobbying that she did around the palliative care inclusion, particularly in relation to death and dying. A very, very important issue, one that we have to learn many lessons from the COVID pandemic from, but of course also so important. Every family is touched by this at some point, and that dignity and that support is something that we really do need to address. So I want to thank her for her intervention on that issue, and I think she has seen the result of that in the final document. I also want to refer to the hard work that many members did in relation to older people and older people's advocacy, including Claire Sugden and others on the committee as well. So we have reflected that within the changes within this document. But again, a number of members referenced a number of social inclusion strategies, and critical to us is that every person in Northern Ireland feels that they are included in these priorities. It's not that there necessarily needs to be that dedicated action just for them in order for them to feel that they are heard, for them to feel that they are seen. And when it comes to all of these key issues, we are very conscious about the mainstreaming of those considerations. So look, I apologise for not getting to cover all of the many, many interventions. I think there's probably about another 20 here, and I've talked too long and cannot go into all of the details of that. But in conclusion, I do want to, as I said, give a promise to this place. We are determined to deliver. And I think actually what we've heard from this place just gives you a little bit of flavour about how many issues there actually are. And I think it is fantastic that our representatives are champions of so many different issues. You're making sure that those issues are heard, they're articulated, the concerns are out there. Many of those issues will be for the particular ministers. But core to the work of the executive will be driving forward that prioritisation. And at the heart of that is creating that peaceful, thriving society, growing our economy and making our public services work for people. That is so important. That is very much what we are committed to doing, and we look forward to working with all of you in the months and the years ahead as we will deliver against this programme for government.
Deputy First Minister, thank you for that conclusion. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. think the ayes have it. Clear. Okay. Well, clear the lobby. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Order, members. Order, members. Members, thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, when I no. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Order, members. Order, members. Members' tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Gemma Dolan and Stephen Dunn. Tellers for the noes are Matthew O'Toole and Patsy McGlone. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, order. Order, members. Order, all members. Could members resume their seats? Okay. Members have resumed their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
80 members voted, 70 members voted aye, 10 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, the motion is carried. Can I ask members to take the reins before we move to the next item on the order paper and unfasten the doors? Thank you, Leslie.